Morning, everyone. Welcome to the November 30th, 2023 Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting. It's nice to see everyone virtually and in person. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinance of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by roll call vote. Recusal from a case due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the beginning of the presentation. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, virtual attendees will use the raised hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand icon again and muting your microphone. Call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activities are being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being streamed via YouTube. All requests to speak on a particular matter submitted through proper channels have been considered. Proper channels for comments are sending an email to the landmark at clevelandohio.gov email address with a comment or a letter, calling and or leaving a message at 216-664-2532, or sending a letter or dropping off comments at City Hall located at 601 Lakeside Avenue, Suite 519. Communication with members of this body must follow proper channels for consideration. Any comments received by the stated deadline are collected by Landmark staff and disseminated to the commission members prior to any scheduled meeting.
All right, to go over the meeting rules and procedures. The chair will call each agenda item, and then each applicant will be invited to proceed through their presentation. Each presentation should be completed prior to questions and comments from the commission in order to facilitate a smooth presentation. Once the presentation is concluded, the chair will ask Landmark staff to summarize design review committee recommendations and any public comment received. The deadline for public comments is noon on the Tuesday prior to any regularly scheduled Cleveland Landmarks Commission meeting. Any received comments are distributed to commission members prior to the meeting. Staff will also identify any members of the public present and scheduled to speak. Public comment is allowed at the discretion of the chair, and individuals providing public comment are permitted 2 minutes to speak to the agenda item in which they have an interest. The chair will then request a recommendation from staff. The commission will then begin deliberations and project review. Any commission member except the chair may make a motion at any point after an agenda item has been called.
Thank you. We will call the November 30th, 2023 Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Mussum, please call roll.
All right. Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Dreyer?
Here.
Mr. Dulick?
Present.
Councilmember Gray? Director Wong? Mr. Lozier?
Here.
Mr. Sandberry?
Here.
Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Trosick?
Here.
Dr. Williams?
Here.
Ms. Trott?
Here.
All right, Madam Chair, we have a quorum. In addition to the commission members, we have Kevin Roberts, our representative from the Law Department, as well as Jessica Beam, Carl Brenges, and myself from Landmarks staff. I guess just wanted to note, Mr. Chris Lozier and Mark Dulick are joining us. So their first meeting with us. Mark is representing the architecture department with Mr. Edmond stepping away from the city, and Mr. Lozier was recently appointed by the mayor.
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you.
We'll then begin with our certificates of appropriateness. Our first applicant is located at 3723 Pearl Road, Arkinetics Signage Edition. I'd like to welcome the first applicant to unmute your mic, announce yourself, and please tell us about your project.
Hi, yes, I'm Laura Higgins-Weima. I work for Brilliant Electric Sign Company, representing Arkinetics, and at 3740, oh, I'm sorry, I am so sorry. Sorry, I had the wrong thing on there. I apologize. At 3723 Pearl Road. Yeah, so this was at the 11/7 meeting design review and was passed there. And I know we had to do this meeting. For the first slide, do I just tell you when to move over?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is just the site plan of where as you could see, it's labeled B231119 and B231117, where the signs are located, an aerial view of the building. The 1119 is the back, and the 1117 facing Pearl is where the corner sign will be. You can move to the next slide, please. And this is just a context map of the building and just an overview of the top of the building, just in relation to where the signs C and B would be. Next slide, please. Excuse me, fighting a little cold here. This is the building. As you can see, A is facing Pearl Road, and the corner of that kind of next to up in where the fire station sign is or lettering is where that first window where the first sign will be. These are just pictures of the front and the back of the building showing where the signs would be, and C is the back of the building where that sign is already existing and we're just replacing that one. You can move to the next slide, please. Same thing, just more area from Pearl Road, different views of where the building is. As you can see, all of them are just different angles of Pearl Road of where you could see the building and where you'll be able to see the sign. Next sign, please, or next slide, please. Same thing. Sorry, we do take a lot of pictures just to, give people area views of where the building is. Next slide, please. These are just area views of where. Yep. This is the first sign. It's a two-sided fabricated aluminum wall sign with a stencil cutout faces and LED halo illumination to wrap the corner of the building. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Next slide, please.
What?
And this one's I'm sorry, does someone have a question?
No, continue on.
This one is the back of the building. This is already has an existing sign. We're replacing a single face non-illuminated panel to be mounted to that wood panel there. This one's already existing. We're just replacing. It's actually a little smaller than the original. And that's all. That's I think the end of my yep.
Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
It's a little hard for me to hear today. I apologize.
Oh, not a problem. We will then move on to Design Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was reviewed by the Tremont Brooklyn Center Design Review Committee on November 7th. It was recommended for approval. The committee discussed the removal of the existing signage, the signage for the other tenant that is in the building, and they had some questions about how it would be connected to that rear portion in the back as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to landmark staff review comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff feels that measured drawings of the building elevations where the signage is being proposed are necessary to determine the accuracy of the rendering provided and just to see how it's going to work with the different building elements. Don't necessarily need the whole elevation, but from the corner, maybe 10 feet in on both sides. As the corner sign is our primary concern. The sign in the rear, got no issues with. We also feel that the proposed signage location of this corner sign is inappropriate as it kind of jumps over architecturally banding and doesn't really relate to the architecture of the building at all. Not sure if that fire department sign in I guess what would be the sign band of the sign is historic, but that seems like a more logical place for signage on the building.
All right, thank you for that summary. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. And I will look to you to help me to make sure if I catch anybody online. Who'd like to start us off? Right, I will then begin. I would say my feedback is I would agree with staff that I am not in support of the current location. It feels a little forced as it, overlaps the existing building details as it's currently mounted. I don't think I object to, I would prefer the sign to be where the fire department sign is that is currently there. Or a marquee sign on the corner on stanchions so that it respects the building detailing. Can you give us feedback? Is the current sign that is featured or shown in that center photograph, is that a historic sign?
So I have Jack, the account executive, on here too. I did want to point out that that sign that is projecting is going to be removed
Okay,
as well. That's in the picture. It's I don't know if you could see, but it's kind of pointing to it, my cursor. That would be below the sign that we're proposing. That is going to be removed off the building. So if that
Okay.
was an issue as well. And I think he wanted to make a comment. Or no,
That
that was the comment that we had to make. I'm not sure. Do you mean the sign that we're proposing, if that's historic, or the fire department sign?
the fire department sign or the sign that's is currently on stanchions off the building in that center picture that is perpendicular to the facade.
I'm not really too sure on the about that.
That one right there.
That's the one that's.
Oh, that one's going to be removed. That's what I was saying.
Okay, so I guess my feedback would be that I would prefer the new sign to be replaced in that existing location and put on stanchions like that current one is, either in that current location or, I could entertain like off the corner so that it is visible from both streets. I don't have any issues personally with the rear sign because it is replacing a sign for sign and it is the rear of the building. Other questions or comments from the commission? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that a blade sign, essentially replacing the existing sign, would be more appropriate and not interfere with the detailing on the corner of the existing structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Burgess?
I'm just going to add, unfortunately, we don't have it here, but I did find a historic photo of this building and fire department. This may not be the original sign for fire department, but there was that image there in that location. So there is, although it hasn't been a fire department for a long time, so
Right.
they're looking for an option.
Okay, excellent. Feedback from anyone else from the commission? Mr. Stenberg?
Do you want to go first?
I just agree that replacing this sign with the existing blade sign probably would be preferable to what they have proposed here.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson.
I would just want to say, I think said before, I think you've come before us before, but any signs that go up on a brick masonry wall, make sure that the fasteners go into a mortar joint and not through the brick itself. So I don't know what kind of detail was proposed for this, but if this design goes through, I would like some kind of solution. The fasteners in the mortar joint need to be part of the condition.
Okay. Perfect. All right, any other questions or comments from the commission?
I actually, how will electric get to this? Will they have to drill through the wall, or because this is not currently lit, what is the solution for that?
Okay.
There's
Yeah.
electric on the backside of the wall.
So they would have to drill through the masonry. And I think what Mr. Brunge is alluding to is that we want to make sure that is coordinated with, the mortar joints also so that it minimizes the damage of the brick.
And that we don't have conduit running.
And we don't have surface applied conduit.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part? I couldn't hear.
We want to assure that there's not surface applied conduit on the exterior of the building.
Yeah, we would always,
It would be all internal with the sign.
it would be all internal with the sign. Like,
You
are
would
you
be
saying the
seeing from-
damage to the brick? That's our
Correct.
main, yeah, it would be going into the mortar joints, not into the brick. So we wouldn't want to take the beautiful historic building, and ruin it by, making big holes in the building when we understand that that's a big concern and that's not how we would be doing it at all. We would make sure that it would it would look nice and not, if that's the concern of ruining the brick, that's definitely not going to happen.
Okay, well, that's where some detailed drawings and elevations would be helpful to illustrate the connection, proposed connection points. Right.
Okay.
Other questions or comments from the commission? I'm sorry, who did?
Bob.
Strickland?
Yes.
Oh, Ms. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question. Is the building owner present on the call?
He is not right.
He is not.
Okay.
He was on our last meeting.
All right. So what we're
He's
suggesting here is not approving this sign as presented,
Okay, so tabling it.
an alternate as a blade sign. So with the applicant's permission, I would suggest that we table this case.
Yeah, I'm his representative, so I think that's a good idea to table it and,
Okay, with the applicant's agreement, I would propose a motion to table this project for future consideration as a blade sign solution.
I'll second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
So that,
Not seeing any. Mr. Mussin, please call roll.
All right. Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dryer?
I'll ask.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
You could ask if you want.
Mr. Lozier? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sambry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yeah.
Mr. Trosick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right. So you have been tabled to allow you time to modify your design. You can appear back in front of us as soon as 2 weeks if there is room on our agendas. So please reach out to staff for next steps.
I just have a couple quick questions. So you just, as long as the client agrees to it, we're tabled, and you need detailed drawings of just how it's going to be placed on the brick.
So we have tabled based on your approval as the owner's representative. So you
Yep.
are tabled.
Okay.
Next steps would be, you've heard our feedback and the items that we will require to be for approval, full approval. So we'd recommend working on those to address based on the configuration of the sign and the requirement of more detailed drawings to understand how you are connecting to the historic building.
Okay. Jack has a question too. I'm sorry. Jack Maxwell.
Hi, I was wondering, so if we go with a blade sign, is it going to be allowed to be an illuminated ground or blade sign, like basically kind of the same design but illuminated?
Mr. Burgess or Mr. Russell, do you have feedback?
We can just, I think
Yeah,
that's
that's-
a discussion for offline. You're already tabled.
Okay.
We can follow up with you and give you. that.
Okay. Okay. Because we didn't know if this was off the table. The one that we're proposing is absolutely no, or we just need more details. That's why I guess we're just a little confused with that.
We will follow up after the meeting.
Okay. Sounds good. Understood. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
We'll move on to our next applicant, window replacement at 3589 Kimmel Road.
Hi, Zach Tame with the Home Depot. I believe Trina Dunlap, the property owner, is also present. But yeah, we were looking to replace the windows in this home. It's next to the church. I believe they're on the same parcel, but they're not. Of course, separate buildings. If you want to go to the next slide, see we have all of the windows measured or numbered there. Go to the next slide. The next slide, and just so you can see all of them. We'll be doing all but 2 of the smaller windows that have some leaded glass detailing in them. That is the plan. And then we plan on putting in a high performance, like energy efficient window in to just help make the home energy efficient. Basically it.
All right, thank you. As we just continue to scroll through the photography, it helps us understand context.
Can you explain what you are replacing and what is going in, please?
Yeah, so we'll be replacing the windows with a replacement window. Like I said, it's a high performance vinyl window. If you can go back just a couple slides to any of the windows, we're gonna be keeping the original trim work on the inside. On the exterior, we're gonna be removing the window itself, storm window, and then we'll be doing a new trim or trim coil on the exterior that matches the current trim coil, which I believe is red. Get to scroll back quite a few to see that, but we are matching the exterior red trim that you can see around all these windows. And behind the window, like behind the storm windows, there are all white windows currently on the exterior.
What is the current material of the windows?
Current material is wood, and we'd be switching to a high performance vinyl. From my understanding, the reason why this we got flagged for the Landmark Commission was because it's attached to on the same property or parcel as the church, but it is not itself a historical building.
Just for the record, the rectory is landmarked in addition to the church.
So staff had just clarified that it is, since it is on the same parcel, it is considered a historic building because it was the rectory to the church. So just so that that's stated for the record. Okay, thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to design review committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed on November 14th by the Central Southeast Design Review Committee. They recommended approval of the project with the white vinyl windows wrapped with a red exterior trim to match the existing look of the home.
Thank you. And Landmark staff review comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have our usual standards. It's the same thing that we talk about all the time. The sides and the rear don't have an issue with using the vinyl replacement windows. Even though they are original wood, there are no historic detailing or leaded glass windows type of thing that we've seen before. But on the front of the building, we recommend or expect a higher standard. And with the original window configurations, the grids on the third floor, yes, it may not look uniform, but that third floor attic space usually does have a little different look than the rest of the house to give it a little bit more distinction. And if that is the case, then the grid should also be applied exterior. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then we will open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Mr. Strickland.
Madam Chair, I would agree with the staff's recommendation that on the front elevation, that the window material be upgraded to either a aluminum wrap wood or a high performance fiberglass, and that any grid pattern that exists should be replicated with surface applied muttons on the front.
Which are third floor only?
Yeah, if that's the case, then it would just be on the third floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. Mr. Lozier.
Yeah, I just wanted to second Mr. Strickland's comments as well as staff's comments. I do, with regard to the front of the building, or the front of the building having the upgraded windows. Question that I have is, you mentioned that the windows themselves will be white. I guess there's just a clarification, because I believe in the package it's calling them out as a sort of a dark brown. I just wanted just to clarify the intent there.
It should say white. I'm not sure why it would say dark brown. So tile wrap series. Yeah, so you can see if you go back to that, it says cut like a couple lines in. It says color, interior, exterior. Both of those WH means white.
Okay, so there's just a discrepancy between what's being called out here and then the cut sheet that you have as the last page, which calls them out as brown.
Yeah. Oh, so this is just saying that that's an option. It's not saying it has to be brown. So it is not brown. That's
Okay.
just that it's an option with this brand.
Okay, no, understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Window number 12, which looks to be the window in like the front of the house in the living room. That looks like a horizontal sliding window, which is probably not original to the house.
So that is yeah, so that is a storm window that you're seeing. It's currently a picture, if I remember, a picture window with a storm on top, but just like one that's split in two.
So is the storm window split in two and the picture window one pane?
I believe so, yes.
Were you going to replace the picture window with a single pane window? Like the way it currently is.
A fixed window.
A fixed window.
Yeah, give me just 1 second. Just to go. My computer's running a little slow on me, so apologies for that. But okay. So there we go. 12, I believe we were going to do a 2-panel slider. Again, we did not, at the time, we did not believe this needed to be under landmark or historic review. So we're going to do a 2-panel slider to add more air to the home since it currently has that look right now, and to add more like airflow, things like that to the property.
I think the 2-panel slider would not work. It would be more appropriate to contain the single pane picture window. I think there's probably going to be plenty of other operable windows in the house, so you should be able to get pretty good airflow. In fact, I think there's another window on that same floor beside that picture window.
So there are no windows in that direct room besides it.
Yeah, just the same. I think the slider window would not work with this style of vintage of home.
Okay, and so you're recommending window 12 be changed to a fixed picture or consideration for 2 operables if air is needed? Ms. Anderson?
Probably a fixed window would be my preference, but 2 double hung windows if it's really essential to get some air moving. Something more consistent to the style of the windows in the rest of the house.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Lozier?
Thanks, Madam Chair. How is this room being used? Is this a bedroom or is this a living room?
It's a like a dining room area or like a living room area.
Okay. Yeah. If it was a bedroom, I think we would need that to be. It would need to be sized appropriately and operable so that an occupant can get out in the case of a fire. So, but seeing that that's not the case, then I would assume that the single window, fixed window, would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Not seeing any additional feedback. Would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move to approve as presented with the exception of the front elevation where the material be upgraded to fiberglass or aluminum clad wood with exterior ply muttons in any window that currently has a mutton pattern. And for window number 12, the applicant has the option of a fixed pane or switching to a single or 2 double hung windows as a replacement in white color. Thank you.
And can those revisions come back to staff for final approval?
Yeah, those revisions would come back to staff for final approval.
All right, thank you. We have a motion with conditions. Do we have a second?
This is Alan, I'll second.
And thank you, Mr. Dreyer. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
One quick question. So does that mean we're tabled till the next meeting, or we can send it in prior to the meeting or before the meeting?
Great question. If the motion passes, you are approved on the 3 proposed elevations, 2 sides and rear with what you proposed, but you will need to address the conditions that were just stated before you can submit for permit approval and sign off by landmarks for your certificate of appropriateness.
You do not have to come back for a presentation to landmarks. It can all be handled administratively with the staff.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Mr. Lozier?
Sorry, just one clarification or question to this committee. So Mr. Strickland mentioned exterior applied muntins. Is that sort of traditionally how this body recommends, or have we in the past recommended simulated divided lights so that the munchins are internal to the window?
It depends on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions or comments from the commission? All right, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dolick,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray. It's up to you.
Abstain.
Or you can abstain. Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sandbury,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trosick,
Yes.
Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Tron.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes with 9 approving votes, 1 abstention.
All right, excellent. All right, thank you. We look forward to seeing your project move forward. Please reach out to staff if you have any additional questions.
Thank you.
Move on to our next applicant located at 5801-5807 Franklin Boulevard, siding installation and masonry repair.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Alaperti. I'm the owner of the 4 units in discussion. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the Historic Commission. So this is the location of the building. It's on the corner of Franklin Boulevard and West 58th Street. You go to the next slide. This is the front of the building. I own the 4 units on the left. There is a demising wall. I believe it's a firewall between my building and the 4 units to the right. We can go to the next slide. This is the rear of the building. The issue was the brick just collapsed, and a small, decent portion of the area in the back, and I have to repair it, obviously, and I'm looking for approval. I believe I was part of the commission meeting for November 1st where the vinyl portion of it was approved, and I had asked the commission if I can not rebuild these roof overs for the sole reason that the other side does not have them as well. So I was going to keep it uniform. I have no problem building those. That's not an issue. I just wanted to, ask if I could forego doing that. My carpenter is trying to get into his interior works, and he was kind of pushing back a little bit. So I just asked the question, but we can move on to the next slide. So this was the damage. My property manager luckily was there when it started to fall, and he had arrived, and this had fell and caused a lot of damage. So this was the we proceeded on cleaning this up and putting up some scaffolding. I believe the next picture has some scaffolding. So this is the scaffolding that was put up. We have temporary plastic up just to protect the interior of the building. What I need to do now, per the insurance company, is close up with the new OSB board. So I want to submit. I'm going to submit a permit to the city just to do the structural work, just to fix that and close. I'm going to be putting insulation where it's exposed. I'm going to be putting new OSB, and then I'm going to be putting Tyvek until. I believe in this meeting we were going to discuss colors of the vinyl, which I had presented. If you want to go to the next slide. So these are the limits of the areas. I believe I sent a new drawing showing the limits of the vinyl. Yes, so this is the limits in yellow. You'll see where we're going to put the vinyl back, and that property line in the middle, just to the left of the yellow portion, you can see it says PL. There's a line drawn right down the middle. So that's the line, the demarcation line between my units and the gentleman next door. We believe that the cut's going to be somewhere 11 feet from that line. It might be off about a foot. It might be closer to the window. And it would be easier just to have the J channels and everything, framed around. And that from my. If you want the next slide, the siding that we're going to be using, the Vision Pro. I believe the next slide has the colors. Yes. So this is the color. So I proposed, and I proposed using white. And the reason why is because if something happens, maybe next door to the guy and his brick, and they discontinue any of these colors, it might be harder to match at that point. White, you would never have a problem to match. I have no problem. These colors take they said between 6 and 10 weeks. So I'm going to figure about 8 weeks to order. The white's available immediately. Excuse me. I'm not feeling well as well. So, it would be one of those. This was the detail basically from the cut to the siding, how it would look. If you want to go to the next detail. And this is a little different. So when I got my structural engineer for him when he drew the picture back, instead of putting this piece of wood on the bottom as like a sill, they're going to actually use brick. They're going to use brick, and they're going to slant it a little bit just to keep the water. So the siding would come down right to brick that would be laid on its side, and then it would be leaning forward. We can do this as well, but I just thought the brick would look nicer. Thank you. So let me just say one more thing. So when my mason had given me the information about the meetings, he told me the November 15th meeting would be to discuss the project, and then the November 30th meeting would be to discuss the colors. So I don't know if you're able to make a decision on that. I do want to order all the materials so I can get that started and try to be done, in January, if it takes 8 weeks.
Right. Thank you. We are the approving body. The committee that you saw on the 15th was make recommendations to this body, and we are the approving body. So we can make decisions on material, or we will, on material and color.
Okay.
So then we will move on to design review committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Historic West Cleveland Design Review Committee on November 15th, it's 18th, but they recommended approval with with conditions. As mentioned, they did discuss the color of the siding proposed. They thought that a color that would be more appropriate would be something similar to the shingle bays on the front and side of the building. They referenced the concern with the dental kind of brick design. As the brick changes from the side to the back, it goes from a more decorative brick to a more simple brick in the back. So the conditions for the approval was the replacement with limited to retained bricks on essentially the end units or where applicable, so that the corner unit still has a majority of brick on it. As discussed, to utilize the terracotta color or similar for the siding, retained bricks for the water table, and sandstone sill. So the windows all originally had sandstone sill and sandstone headers, which many of those fell or were broken due to the collapse. And so they recommended keeping that like brick level up to the bottom level of the windows. They said to submit detail for how it's going to transition from the brick to the siding, and recommended reconstructing the porches for staff to review. There was a lot of back and forth. A lot of the concern for the committee was visibility, since it is on a corner. It's the back of the building, but it is fairly visible from 58. And so they thought that the approval of conditions was a good compromise for the damage that was done.
Great, Thank you. We'll move on to landmark staff review. Comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff sees no reason that the damaged area should not be replaced with masonry to match what was there before years of deferred maintenance caused this facade failure. This wasn't a case of a catastrophic storm or tornado taking down the veneer. It's just benign neglect. As you can see from these Google Map images, this has been an area that's needed attention going back many years, so staff does not support this proposal. Also just wanted to mention on the elevation drawings provided, there seems to be some discrepancy and it looks like some of the window openings have changed. We want to ensure that whatever's approved, the window openings are not altered in their size or configuration.
All right. Thank you. And then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Can the applicant clarify about the window openings, since that it does appear to be different than what is currently existing?
So yeah, so I went out there about a week and a half ago. It was very hard for me to get answers with the plastic up, and I went out there to start taking my own measurements, and I noticed that this plan was not correct. I did get a new plan on the 28th because I sent my drawings over to my engineer, and I did receive those drawings. I can share them if you would like to see them.
Unfortunately, you do not have sharing privileges in this type of forum.
Okay.
So they will need to be submitted to staff.
Okay. Yeah, so I just received those on Monday.
Okay. But your intentions is to maintain the existing window openings as is, not to modify the windows or window openings.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Who would like to start us off? Ms. Anderson?
A while back, we reviewed and approved a project for St. Ignatius, and they removed deteriorated masonry exterior on a former church, and they put a thin brick veneer. Ended up looking pretty good. I think that might be the way to go, is to put the brick veneer here. Maybe, a layer of insulation, that would allow for a layer of insulation. I think that would be much more visually appealing and appropriate than having the vinyl siding, because this is visible if going north on West 58th. You can see the backside of this building. So I think that's something that's worth exploring. So is putting that a brick veneer.
So a thin brick tile is basically what you're.
Yeah.
No, that's a great suggestion.
So you're saying that you're saying a brick veneer that would try to match the existing brick that's going to stay up?
Yeah, something as close as possible. Probably won't be a exact match, but something in that color family. I think that would probably look much better than a section of vinyl.
So the vinyl that was approved in the last meeting, does that mean it's not approved anymore? Like that's null and void?
That was not a full approval. That was a recommendation.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that. I thought that was the approval.
Yeah, sorry about the misunderstanding, but yeah, that's not a full approval. We are.
Yeah, my issue is that I can't. It'll probably. I don't think I can do this work until the spring, and with the brick, I could look into the veneer, see if there's something I can do with that.
So the product that she's talking about is a thin brick. It's like a tile where they take actual bricks and they cut it down. So if you are adding insulation and OSB and depth of this existing standard brick is more than what the newest wall will be with those new additions. There is a product that's a thin brick that's more like a tile that can cut down the depth and be installed at different temperatures because of it. All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson, for that that feedback. Mr. Strickland, question or comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. During the applicant's presentation, he mentioned that there was an insurance claim filed on this. And I just wanted clarification as to whether the insurance company was presented with a cost estimate for a replacement brick for reimbursement through insurance.
So they will not reimburse. Was it for the brick? For some of the brick, they will. They are not going to reimburse me fully. They haven't given me any answer yet. They did say for me to close up the building and do what I have to do. They will pay for that, with the wood and with what I want to do is I'm trying to do it all in one shot. I'm trying to submit it to the city, how I'm going to fix the interior of that wood and then get it done right away, with the installation, with the wood OSB, and then I could at least Tyvek it and keep it,
I think going through those steps for insulation, OSB, and then Tyvek should be sufficient. That should be sufficient for at least a few months to weather tight the project until the final solution is proposed. So my preference would be to see full brick go back to replace what failed. But if a brick veneer solution was developed that could closely simulate the existing brick with the appropriate detailing at the entrances and windows, I think I could support that solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Lozier.
Madam Chair, I want to also echo Mr. Strickland's comments as well. I think that going back to full brick makes the most sense, which is also in line with the staff's recommendations. I guess I have a couple of questions. The first is, was any of the brick that fell salvaged, or is that all gone at this point? Because ultimately, it would be great if you reuse that brick that fell. And then the second question I have is, do you know what caused the failure? And is there being anything done to remedy that challenge? And has that also been communicated to your neighbor so that this doesn't continue to happen in the future?
So yes, thank you for that question. So after the brick fell, we realized that a lot of the ties that were installed, I'm going to say in the 1900s, they failed. They rusted and failed. Some of them weren't in as often as they should, as consistent as they should. Now that I know we have to redo it with brick, it will be repaired according to current standards, the way it would need to be done today. I wasn't aware that this brick was coming up.
Oh, we lost volume.
I think it's a little laggy.
He's talking a lot.
Yeah.
It was very hard to get a mason. And luckily I was finally, it took me about a month and a half. I'm not even sure, a month and a half to finally get someone to respond and to actually go there. A lot of people said they would and they never did. And because of that, I was aware, I was told that there was a lot of rain. There was I guess a period of time several months ago, like maybe a month or 2 months ago, that you had heavy rains and heavy winds, and a lot of the water got behind there. And it appears that it's been happening longer than a few months ago, but that was just the final call. So, it fell and it has to be replaced.
So are you doing
Yeah,
roof? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Lozier.
I think I was going where you were going. I was going to ask, is there any, seeing that this was a water infiltration issue, is there any work that needs to be done at the roof or at the joint between the roof and the wall to make that watertight? In addition to
that's as we fix this building, whether it's going to be with vinyl or brick or whatever it is, the brick tiles, that's going to be resolved. Anything that's happening up on top by the roof. Now, according to the 4 units next to mine, when I was there 2 or 3 weeks ago, I noticed that he has a similar issue. I saw a lot of black, caulking, I guess, was installed. So I guess it stopped it from separating even further due to that caulking. So I know I didn't answer that question before, sir. So, I believe he's aware of it as well. And he does know that this happened to my unit. So he's aware.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commission? Or would someone like to make a motion? I guess I'll give my feedback while we're waiting for somebody to make a motion. I would agree with staff's comments. I do feel that in this location, since it is so visible, the brick should be replaced in kind, either with a standard brick or a thin veneer brick, so that it matches the existing, as close as possible, the existing brick and continues the current language. I would have some flexibility since it is the rear on the sandstone heads, if that is done, due to them not appearing to be there on the windows in the brick area that is currently still standing. So I could have flexibility to those, but do feel that I would not approve vinyl, but I would approve. That's the other unit though. What about his unit?
They are there.
What about on the corner here?
They were there.
They are? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So maybe the view I was looking at, then I rescind that comment and would prefer that the sandstone sills be replaced to create what has been damaged and fell. And then finally, I would also just reinforce that the window opening should remain, or you would need to come back to us with your proposed modifications to any window opening that is on that rear side. And then finally, related to the overhangs over the doors, I guess I'd like more conversation with staff about those. My preference would be that those are rebuilt in kind also. So I would be surprised that insurance would not recommend that for the safety at entrances and not contribute to that. That's my preference, but not my requirement.
Staff would agree with that.
Are the overhangs original to the building? It doesn't look like there's any ties back to the building structure.
Are there columns there in the front, brick? Looks like
No, they're like a wrought iron.
Okay.
So
if
the stoops are original, they've been modified.
Yeah,
but I don't know if they
unfortunately,
are.
building permits are kind of silent. The only thing I was able to find is that repairing front porches and steps in 1954. So these may have been done at the same time or later, but yeah, There are no building permits outside of the original, and because this is known as Wilder Terrace, and it's actually all one building. Sometime it was split, but there's nothing, there's no permits that have pulled on, and that might be part of the reason why it's not been maintained, not forever.
Right. So as mentioned, it would be my preference that those would be rebuilt, but I would have more flexibility related to those versus the brick. To me, that's a requirement in sandstone overheads. That is my feedback. Any additional feedback from the commission, or would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, similar to the last applicant, we've got two ways to go here. We could vote on the application as presented, or given our feedback, ask the applicant if he would agree to table this project, work on an alternate solution, and then come back at a future date. We need the owner's approval to table if that's the way you want to proceed, or we can vote on your application.
So by tabling it, what would I be tabling it for?
Studying one of the there's two solutions that I think are preferred by the majority of the commission. One would be replacing the failed brick with full brick and replacing the sandstone, or looking at a veneer brick solution that would mimic the existing brick. So it would give you time to review those and then come back with an alternate.
So can I just ask a question? Has anybody have any of you ever used, I'm sorry?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Has anybody ever used the, the brick tiles?
Yes.
And you have, and does it need to be done in 40-degree and above weather, or is it mortared in?
It's put on a substructure behind the brick that is put over your like OSB and weather barrier, and then the brick is applied to that substructure, and then you do mortar it more like a grouting of a tile. So it can be done in different temperatures. I can't tell you exactly what the temperatures are right now, but that is something that could be done.
I will say that there is a fair amount of masonry work that happens year round here in Cleveland. People just build, with plastic and then 2x4s tent out, or put up some scaffolding and put plastic around there. But masonry work does happen year round up here.
Yeah. So regarding the brick veneer, I just worry about how it's going to look next to the additional brick. How does it tie in? Because you would have to have a straight cut on the existing brick that's remaining, and then you would have a straight cut on the veneer, and then you would see that line.
It can also be too thin. So this is why I think Mr. Strickland was recommending, our staff is willing to work with you to help understand the detailing of what would be required to do this masonry replacement. And if it was a standard brick, how it could be too thin, if it was a change in product, where the strike line would be appropriate. So because we cannot resolve this at this table today due to a very long agenda. So we do have two approaches that we could move forward with, is that we could vote on what you have presented, either with what is the current material, which will likely get conditions that it will be required to be changed, or we can table you today to allow you some time to discuss with staff offline of the approach of the replacement. What would you, it is your preference, or we will follow your lead. Which way would you like us to go?
Let me just replace it with the brick. And to answer Chris Lozer's question, I don't think I responded to it. The brick that fell had been taken out. and been discarded. You know, a lot of it broke and a lot of it had mortar attached to it. And I did try to salvage, and my mason, who I'm treading very lightly with, said that it would just cost too much to take off the mortar. You know, I took his word for it. So I will have to try to match it as best as possible.
Okay.
It looks like some of this brick has already been repaired in the past. There are a lot of different colors back there. Like you could see on the right by the meter, you could see some of that brick was taken out and repaired. That was not by me. That was prior to my ownership.
Okay.
And you know, that kind of mimics that goes throughout the building. So, you know, let me just repair it. You know, another issue was I did talk to my mason yesterday, and I said, you know, what would it take? Because I woke up at 3 a.m. 2 nights ago saying, why don't I just replace all the brick? Because this is getting like, it's just,
Right.
it's going to be a lot harder, and a lot more time. But you know, he would charge me triple the amount, and I don't even know if that's correct, but he's telling me it would cost me triple just to heat the area. What I would want to do is repair the wood, do what I have to do according to the city, and then come back in the spring and finish it.
Okay. Well, hearing your change in approach to materiality, I think we have, you know, like we said, two options to move forward. Mr. Strickland, I see your hand still up.
So based on the applicant's comments there, I would propose a motion to approve the application with the condition that the material be changed from vinyl to a full brick to be toothed in, with the replacement of the headers and sills with either sandstone or a cast stone material to mimic sandstone, and the details for toothing in and approving the color material for the brick and mortar be handled administratively by staff.
All right, so we have a motion with conditions. Can I recommend one modification to that motion?
Sure.
Either a standard brick, too thin, or a thin veneer brick if the depth will of the existing and the new wall construction will not align.
I would not be in favor of the thin brick solution, and even the applicant is concerned about how that would look.
Okay, well then we will stay with your current approach.
Can we make a recommendation that the plane of the exterior plane match the existing building?
Are you asking me to clarify the
Yes,
motion?
it's a modification.
I understand the
Yeah.
question.
Or can we just strike the words, you know, full brick and allow, you know, the owner to develop the details with staff?
Yeah, okay, a standard brick to match existing in terms of dimensions.
Okay, perfect. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Lozier, was that you?
Yep.
All right, so we have a motion. We have a second by Mr. Lozier. Any further discussion? Mr. Musson, please call roll.
All right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Councilmember Gray, Mr. Lozier. Mr. Lozier. Mr. Sandberry,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Trassick,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Right.
So will I get an email stating all the motion, and
Yes.
just so I have
Yes.
something?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. We'll move on to our next applicant located at 10821 Grantwood Avenue, demolition.
Hi, Alex is not on the call. My name is Jillian Flino. I am with the Demolition Bureau, and my camera doesn't work anytime I do any of these meetings, so I apologize for that. So we are proposing the demolition of one residential property on Grantwood Avenue. You can go to the next slide. This is 10821 Grantwood Avenue. It's a single family residence. It has been, you guys can go to the next slide. So the owner is Johnny Mae Williams. She has been deceased since 2006. There is no probate court, no probate case that we've found. And the obituary does not name any heirs. So it only named siblings, and I can only assume that those siblings are no longer with us since she's passed. I think she was in her 80s in 2006. So I think it's reasonable to assume that there's likely no next of kin around to contact to try to get ownership of this property. So one of the reasons that we are pursuing demo here is because it is, I'm sorry, I jumped over to number 3, I'll go down to number 2. So this property was condemned in May of 2018. We have received 6 formal complaints since 2011. And we have received at least 2 complaints via phone directly to our demolition bureau in the last 6 months. And we boarded this property up 6 times. I was out there last month, about a month ago exactly, and it needed boarded when we were there as well. Someone had taken a board off the window. There's a lot of trash and debris on the site right now. It's generating a lot of complaints. So legal hurdles. So this property, Chase filed for foreclosure but never completed it. So that case is essentially still active, and the county prosecutor would have to intervene to get that case dismissed before we could even file for tax foreclosure. So tax foreclosure itself takes about 1.5 to 2 years, and before we could even start that, we would have to get this initial foreclosure case dismissed. So realistically, we're looking at least 3 years out before the property is even obtainable by anybody who's willing to rehab it. That may be private, maybe a public or a CDC entity. We anticipate that it's been vacant since 2006. Looking at some of the Google Maps, somebody may have been in the house for a couple years after her death. I think maybe there's a Google Street View. It looks like it was still being maintained on the exterior. And the back taxes are $67,000. You can go ahead. The next is just some site locations on Grantwood, which is south of Drexel and north of Tacoma. It is on the north side of the street. You guys can keep going. There's a few missing teeth on the block. So we're definitely disappointed to have to bring this here, but our demolition bureau really feels like this is the only option that we have that is readily available, which unfortunately is the case for many of these residential structures that remain in the name of a deceased person. You can go forward. So there's lots of trash and debris. The site does not look good at all. There are, there's at least 2 other vacant sites on this street, and one of them you can really not even tell it's vacant, but this one, there's a lot of dumping. You can see it really well in the next photo. So we can't even get to the backyard. It's really hard to access the house. I had to climb through the screen door. It's really rough. These are some interior photos. My opinion is honestly that this house is rehabable, but it's just that we're actively receiving complaints. I received one myself. I think since I prepared this presentation, I think I received another complaint from a neighbor across the street. So there's just some photos of the houses next to it, the houses across the street. We'll demolish, move all this foundation, grade the lot, seed and straw. Kind of just reiterating what I have said, the legal hurdles are significant with this one. They're active nuisances. I mean, to be very honest, we don't even bring cases before this commission unless we feel fairly strongly that they need to come down. I mean, we got one earlier this year and we were like, we're not even going to take it to them because we won't get approved. But in this instance, we just really don't feel like there's another option for this structure at this moment. And it's incredibly unfortunate, but that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We'll move on to Design Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Magnolia Way Park East Boulevard Grant Allotments Design Review Committee on the 16th. It was reviewed with 2 other Grantwood properties that we'll be seeing at a future Landmarks Commission meeting. And this particular one, the committee members present were moved to recommend approval due to the stagnation of the ability to be able to get access to it with 3+ years of being open, and the current situation with the lack of options available for that property. They did discuss rehab possibilities, but noted that in this particular case, with the ownership being so far off, that it would be very difficult to make a change. So they did, in this case, vote or 2-1 in favor of recommending approval of the motion.
Thank you. Move on to Landmark staff review comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Site visit was completed on July 11th, 2023, and noting the condition, home, and opportunities for rehabilitation. Here we have Chapter 161.05, what we are supposed to be considering for when we consider demolition. It's the architectural significance. It's a beautiful building. It's unfortunate it's gotten into this, but it's another difficult case because here we are again in this district again. And it's one of the oldest buildings in the district. It was one of the original ones sold. The property was sold from the Deming Company to Augusta Kershaw in 1905. It was built in 1906. And even in the deed, it said that, oh, proposed Grantwood Street, rented out. So it's that early. So that's this, right now, that's the significance. When we traced the property transfers, and while there's some interesting stuff in there, unfortunately, it's not stuff that rises to a level of significance that we can say, oh, this is a person that contributed this to the overall history. But it was interesting seeing the shift in the demographics of the neighborhood from a Jewish community into an African-American community, and advertisements that were enticing African-Americans to come to this neighborhood. So it was interesting to see that. It was also interesting to see that this, how much things change, how much things stay the same, and history repeats itself. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, there were a number of demolitions on this street and in this neighborhood. But at the same time, there were also a number of repairs going on through block grants. So while we are seeing a lot of revisions and investment, we are still seeing demolition. So here we are 40 years later seeing the same stuff again. And how did it get this way? Why, again, 2006? Why was this not acted on? And it's not on the city. This goes to other agencies outside of our control, and this policy, again, is hurting us. And we are faced with, again, compromising our mission. And it, quite frankly, it's tiring. And staff will not take an opinion on this, but we just have to, again, express our frustration with this. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll then open up the floor for questions and comments to the commission.
I'm sure I have a question, maybe more to the legal department if they're still on. How does the city have the ability to demolish this if an entity can't take it over to renovate?
It's, I mean, I don't know if Jillian or our law representative wants to, but I believe it's through the use of the police power.
Yes.
Protecting public health and well-being.
Yep.
So
Yep.
they
So
don't
we
go
have,
through the courts to demolish.
yeah, Building and Housing has police power to demolish any nuisance structure, regardless of ownership. So we put a violation notice on it. We mail that to anybody that we can find that has interest in the property, the owner, the interest. I mean, we honestly go above and beyond contacting or attempting to contact who we need to contact before it goes through the process for approval for demolition. So for example, I don't think we're legally required to service heirs, but we do. So we really, really do go above and beyond attempting to contact people. But in this case, I just don't think that there's anybody to contact at this point. It's been an extremely long time since she's been deceased. I can't believe that Carl's comment. I can't believe that this has not gotten on anybody's radar in 17 years.
Yeah.
How long does that notification process generally take on a property? Just
So the whole process it kind of depends. So the process is that we identify from the exterior issues that are wrong with the property that may warrant us performing an interior inspection. And so we can try to get a hold of the owner and they can grant us access. If we can't get a hold of an owner, then we prepare a search warrant and we present that to the judge, and what they approve based on what we see from the exterior, from the right of way, whether or not we can enter the structure. Then an inspector in Building and Housing enters the structure, they write the violation notice. And then we begin that mailing. We do certified mailings, green cards. We have files that are like 3 inches thick of green cards that we're trying to get to people, and then we wait for those to come back. So we have to wait for them all to come back, and some come back in 2 weeks and some never do, and then you send another mailing. And so it could be as quickly as 3-4 months, or as long as a year or two. Sometimes properties change hands within that year, so then we have to start over again, emailing or mailing everybody there. So the inspectors in our VPU unit, which is vacant property unit, really do a great job at trying to contact folks. And unfortunately in this case, I think this case is extremely unique because it's been a long time since she's been passed. And so I think this one is very, very unique.
And just to circle back to Mr. Sambury's question, when the city exercises its police power to move forward with the demolition, we're not taking possession of the property.
No.
We're taking an action to abate a nuisance, and
yes.
So the property will still be in its legal limbo as far as ownership.
It will.
And that's why it's a faster process than trying to get ownership.
It will. It will, and typically we assess the cost that we incur we bill an owner. So in this case, there's really no owner to bill. If that owner doesn't pay, we assess the taxes, and then at that point, the taxes on a lot are at least 10, 12,000, and nobody's going to pay that tax bill, and then it ends up falling into tax foreclosure. So in this instance, this will still likely have to go through that process that I talked about, where the prosecutor dismisses that foreclosure case, and then then foreclosure begins, tax foreclosure begins, which is unfortunate because it has to go through that process anyway. And to be quite frank, it should have honestly gone through, as Carl said. Why didn't somebody that has local interest in this neighborhood do that prior to this? But right now, I mean, the site is really not great. Like I said before, I really do think that could be rehabbed. I don't think it's that far gone. There's no way to get it into any ownership soon. And it needs intervention very quickly.
Thank you for that addition. It's helpful to understand the process. Mr. Strickland, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I share Carl's frustration and the frustration of all staff and all commission members when it comes to a property like this that obviously just looking at it at one time, you could understand the presence that it had on that street and just a beautiful home. And again, we're losing a beautiful structure, but taking 17 years to get to this point, it's just extremely frustrating that we can't act sooner to identify these properties and work towards their stabilization so that we can effectively work towards a transfer of ownership and restoration of these structures. I'm wondering if, rather than reinventing the wheel, there's landmarks commissions of one name or another, in virtually every city. And I wonder if we could work through the Interior Secretary to identify what measures other cities have taken to be more proactive in identifying properties where the owner is deceased and taxes are no longer paid, and recognizing the amount of data that would have to be scanned in order to proactively identify these potential properties. Maybe AI will evolve quickly enough that we can use it effectively to search the significant data to link up deceased residents and the failure to pay property taxes more proactively so that we can identify these structures for saving and rehabilitation. So I think that I would agree that this property is, and given its ownership situation, is beyond salvage. And reluctantly, I would support demolition of this structure. But we've seen this so many times, I would like to charge the commission staff to initiating with the Department of Interior to see if any other cities have identified a process to identify these structures more proactively, and maybe we could utilize that in some form in Cleveland. Thank you.
I think staff is shaking their heads that it's something that they agree with, and I think that's a big charge that we'll have to address offline. But based on the comments you just made, is that a motion?
Yeah, I would make a motion to approve the demolition, the application as presented.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Mr. Dryer, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I will second the motion. What is sort of stunning me a little bit about this situation is I've never heard a building official with the city say, well, it might be able to be rehabbed. Most of the times it's really not able to be rehabbed. But I think the situation is really dire, and where I come down on this is a safety security issue. And in my mind, there's just not a lot of hope that we can resolve that and keep the building up. So that's why I'm seconding.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dryer. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion, Mr. Lozier?
Yeah, so I guess, there's nothing that the city can do or nothing that, a body within the city can do to expedite this process of foreclosure and all of that. I mean, this is extremely frustrating, as I think everyone on this call has expressed. While I understand that this is all, there's these challenges, and this is clearly a nuisance. I have a hard time supporting demolition on this one. I mean, this is really, there's nothing that the city can do to expedite this process of ownership.
I think it does have a charge for the next two, and what the focus needs to probably happen with those the future cases, which are in better condition than this property to avoid this continuing down the street. Would just be my commentary. Because I think everyone agrees that it is hard. But in the interest of time and our very long agenda that we still have to get through, briefly, yes, Ms. Gray?
Yes, Chair. I think we did a walkthrough. Did we do a walkthrough?
Yes.
And I believe, did we receive feedback from residents on the street pertaining to the night of the addition of the property as well? Ms. Bean?
We did not receive any public comment for this. The Demolition Bureau has received complaints about the project, which moved it forward through demolition process to get to where we are.
So it's unfortunate that these structures end up like this. It's a major concern all over the area. Just to see these houses end up in this deplorable condition. There's no return of what we had, because the funding is over. We'll see the amount that any fund will want to rehab it. So I agree with Mr. Strickland comments pertaining to this property.
All right, thank you. Not seeing any additional comments, Mr.
I guess I have another question. Since the city's not taking ownership of it, there's no way to salvage some of this?
I don't know, Mrs. Bellino, is if it's just a standard city demo, can the
So
would it be the demolition contractor?
this is Alex and Alex is a bureau manager. We talked kind of in passing about this last week. It is not our property to salvage. So our powers are to abate the nuisance. So that is very gray. I'm not sure whether or not we would feel comfortable doing that because we're technically not the owner of the property. And our ability to act on this property is to abate the nuisance. Yeah, very gray. Very gray whether or not we can, disassemble the property and salvage it for our benefit or for someone else's private benefit, I guess. So I don't have a great answer on that one.
Okay, thank you for that feedback. Mr. Lozier, we're gonna cap it at comments after this one to keep us moving forward. But go ahead, Mr. Lozier.
Sorry to belabor this one. But abating the nuisance, and one terminology is demolition, but another way to abate a nuisance is to secure the property and clean it up so that there's an opportunity for rehabilitation later on. And is that something that is on the table? I know this is coming from the demolition, but
yeah, so we currently do not have that in place to do. That's something that we've been talking about doing, but that is not currently something that we do. For example, we don't even board the second floor windows. We just board the first floor to keep people out and not to preserve the structure. So we absolutely acknowledge from where we sit that there's a lot more that we can do as an institution to preserve these neighborhoods. And Chris, just to answer your question, you asked if we could expedite it. It has to go through the same process in court, and it's not even like our attorneys taking it through court. It would be the county prosecutor taking both of those cases through court. So we really don't have a way to expedite those through court.
Understood. Thank you.
It sucks. It's not ideal. It's really not.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I get it. Trust me, we get it here. We really do. It sucks.
We appreciate your candor and honesty about this, but you're looking for the neighborhood and the interest of the neighborhood in this one. Right. So trying, as much as it, with a heavy heart, I have to ask Mr. Musson to call roll on this one based on the motion and the second that's at hand.
All right, Ms. Anderson?
Regrettable, yes.
Okay, Mr. Dreyer?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
A sad yes.
Councilmember Gray?
Yes, very, very sad.
Mr. Lozier?
No.
Mr. Sandberry?
Reluctant, yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams? She's
She may
back
have stepped
yet?
out.
She may still be out. And Ms. Trout?
Reluctantly, yes.
All right. Motion passes, Madam Chair, with a vote of, what was that? 2, 4, 6, 8 reluctant yeses and 1 no vote.
Thank you. We, I think, we're all sad to see this one go, but, hope that we can work towards, saving the next two on the street.
Thanks all. I agree.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
We'll move on to our next applicant, located 1915 East 123rd Street, new construction and demolition of a single-family house. I would like to welcome the applicant. Please unmute your mic, announce yourself, and tell us about your project.
Hi, my name is Mike Crano. I'm going to be the general contractor on the job for 1915 East 123rd. Today's meeting is for, I guess to have a vote for final demolition on the house. First picture that you see is just an aerial view of the house with the back of the house backed up against the Lakeview Cemetery. Next slide. That's another view of the house, more zoomed in. And you can see the road and then the cemetery behind it. That's an aerial view again. Next slide. That's the front view of the house. You can see overgrown and how, it's starting to really come apart. That front porch is completely unsafe, both second and first floor. Next slide. That view is more of a foundation view. I mean, you can see the siding and the windows with the, an image of the foundation, how bad the foundation is on that. Next image. Same thing, that one you can see it better how it's decaying and everything's sloped basically towards the house on both sides, and the inside's even worse than the outside of how bad the foundation is decaying. Next slide. That's a back view of the house. However, next slide. That's the garage. It's caved in on both sides. Tree fell on the right side, and the other side, it's just completely got a hole in the side of it. It's full almost to the top of boxes and who knows what. I haven't really went in it, just looked in it. Next slide. These are all images of the interior of the house. You can just keep clicking through those. That's the kitchen area. That's the living room area. You can see where the water's coming in. That's the second floor image where you can see out onto the porch area where it's really falling apart bad. It's really unsafe. Next image. That's that front porch. That's the second floor. It's awful. I mean, a couple people standing on it, you'd probably fall through it. Next image. That's the third floor. There's a big hole in the roof, and obviously, as you can see, it's dropped, a lot of the plaster and everything like that. Next slide. This is the basement. We didn't get, you're not really able to get good images of the foundation because it's just so covered with everything and shelving and everything, but you'll see in the next couple of slides, we had a guy come in and actually do an inspection on the foundation. This is for the asbestos. We have that already had that went over, and the mitigation is scheduled for as soon as we are able to pull permits for final demolition. They will be there. It's a 1-day project. They just have to take up floor tiles and a couple, some taping and stuff around the ductwork in the basement before, the demolition happened. That's just another picture of the tape and the tile floors that need to be pulled up. Next picture. Same thing there. Those are the porches. Both of those have those 8x8 asbestos tiles on them that need to come up. And there's some in the basement as well. This is the foundation inspection. When I was in the Little Italy meeting, they asked for us to, basically have an inspection and prove that it would cost us more to fix the house than it would to take it down and build a new single family home. And I didn't even realize how bad the foundation was until actually having a pro that came in there and looked at it. It's cracked vertically all the way around at ground level and literally teetering in all the way around the entire house. And in order to fix that, it would cost, he gave us a quote without really being able to dig into it from visually of $110,000 just to do what he had to do. And that would jack the house up, take the basement floor out. And then if there's no footers, there's just a lot of things. Also, there's pilasters that are supposed to be, he said now the new law is like every 8 feet if you're doing that kind of foundation, which most of the time they don't do that. They don't really do that kind of foundation anymore, but pilasters are supposed to be every 8 feet. And we had one on the north wall and one on the south wall. So, and then they are broke. This image that you see there, that's just a brief idea of what we thought it would be just to fix up the inside of the house, just to get it to ready for drywall and finishes. And this has nothing to do with even outside or the garage or any of that. So, and that comes to almost a couple $100,000. This is the site plan that we drew for the property. That's with the concept of the new home that we're putting on there. It's not to exact scale, but it's close, and it's the idea of what we want. We're going to take a 20 almost 21 foot wide house and take it to a narrow home, but a long narrow home that would fit better on the property and give us more an actual driveway, because there is no driveway that you could actually use right now between the two houses. See, we own 1913 as well, and we plan on doing an easement for both properties and using 1913 because there's just a bunch of wasted space behind 1913 as parking for 1913 and a way for us to park behind 1915. Basically everything that you see kind of scribbled out there, that's all going to be concrete. But we'll be able to give a more exact dimension of that once we're able to get the house down, get it surveyed, and get it laid out, to where it is. The south wall, which would be the right wall of the house, that basically is going to stay on the same footprint. It's just going to go back further. The house isn't going to set back. It's just going to be a longer house, but more narrow. That's an image of what we found this online, but we love the idea, and the people in the Little Italy review or committee, they liked it as well. I've heard a lot of good feedback about it, how it's a nice looking house. It fits the neighborhood to scale. It fits both sides of the houses, because our house is the shorter one in between those two houses. This one's more, it would probably be closer to the same height with the front porch. That's 16 foot and it's a 2,100 square foot house. But this is something we got off the internet. We're going to use this as our starting point, is once we get the house down, to have our architect go over everything and start doing some drawings, because they gave us some ideas about more windows on the left wall that's in between the houses, and we're more than happy to go over that. That's a rear view of the new concept of the house, with the porch and then living space above it. You can go to the next slide. That's just that would be the driveway side. They were saying, they told us in the Little Italy that they would like to see more windows on that wall and for the bedrooms, and I agreed as well. It's kind of blank. That's the same view, just looking the other way at that. That would be Or no, I'm sorry, that's the opposite side. That would be in between the neighboring house and our house. Which, if we left it at where it was, we wouldn't have to do any different fire ratings or anything like that with the variances of the house. This would be the first floor of the house, just a brief layout of what we wanted to do, how we want to do it, an open concept for the first floor, covered deck in the back, next slide. This would be the second floor, saying 4 bedrooms, that all could be changed. It could be a 3-bedroom because there's a room in the third floor also for a bedroom, so that the bedrooms aren't so small, but we don't know. We will take our architects and the committee's, ideas and go with that. This is the third floor. This is what I'm talking about. It's a bigger area. It might not actually be a bad idea to make that maybe a master bathroom or bedroom with a bathroom and everything up there. But again, that's just an idea. And that's it. That's all that I have for you for the slides. If there's any questions.
Thank you. For the presentation, we'll move on to design review committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Little Italy Design Review Committee twice. So they saw it on September 26th and November 14th. So as a note, the new construction is being reviewed conceptually and the demolition for final. And so the committee was in favor of recommending demolition for the property, and then they discussed a salvage plan for the demolition, as there's some significant walls or writing on the walls that could be donated to the Little Italy Museum. And they requested for the concept as that develops a formal site plan, materiality, and they were not in favor of the vertical siding on the plan, but they were looking forward to seeing it as it develops. I'll also note that Joe Mariucci from Little Italy Redevelopment Corporation did say that they supported this project as well.
All right, thank you. And staff comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will start. Site visit was completed, salvage plan, and we'll go more into that. The appropriateness of the new construction are the main things that we're looking at as our demolition code and what we have to consider here. Some additional photos for context that we took from the site visit on this bright sunny day. You can see that it is a very narrow space in between these two buildings, and getting a car back there is impossible. So that is one of the considerations we were taking with this. There is the garage where the tree fell on it. It is collapsed. It was built in 1965, the house in about 1896, and it has all the standard Italian names attached to it throughout its history. It's the basement area. Thing is almost like a time capsule to the 1960s, early 1970s. There's a lot of damage through here. This would absolutely be a gut rehab. It was interesting going through this. This is another case of where it sat because the owner died, but somebody, I think, child or someone lived in the house after that for a while. I don't know the full circumstances, but there was another time where, and then this is going up into the attic. You see in front the attic space where he noted this is where the wall came down. And this is the interesting part, is like when I went in here and looked at it closely, this is what we were talking about salvaging. On the walls, 8-year-old Rose Petreo was doing her homework in 1933.
Cool.
And when we pointed this out and brought this up, said this is exactly the cultural heritage that we want to salvage that gets missed all the time. And it has her teacher's name on there, and she's doing her spelling and her math. And Mike has agreed to have these removed. The Little Italy Museum has interest in going in and looking these in evaluating them first, and then seeing how these can be removed safely so they can be retained and put into the museum for future use. And then I'll turn it over to Dan.
Thank you. Mr. Brunges, staff feels that this proposal is appropriate. While we hate to lose a historic home after the site visit, staff feels that given the numbers provided to us for stabilization and rehab, the demolition is reasonable. Like Carl said, it would be a complete gut rehab. The house has a lot of issues, not just condition-wise, but there's inconsistent step heights going up and down the staircases, and I mean you'd be taking it down to an exterior shell and rebuilding. So I guess we also feel that the proposal for the new construction concept is contextually appropriate for the neighborhood. So we look forward to seeing those plans develop. They seem to have gotten the massing, scale, and I guess shape right. So we're looking forward to seeing that develop.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. I guess I'll start us off. I think based on reviewing the existing conditions of the structure and the feedback by staff, after the site visit, I am in support of the demolition with the requirement of, or the recommendation of salvage of items that feel that staff and or Little Italy feels that should be salvaged for the museum. Related to the new proposal, I am in support, or I do like the direction of the concept, but do think it does need some work related to additional window openings and or the size of the window openings. Like, for example, the third floor window in a traditional standpoint would be typically a smaller window up in the attic area versus the full size, so that it has that sort of dominance between, for the first floor versus the third, and that ability to distinguish the different levels. Materiality, it appears that it's a wood material, versus I'm assuming it would be a wood material and not a metal siding. I would support a wood siding in this location based on its adjacent neighbors and materiality in the neighborhood. I would recommend maybe looking at the proportions of the third floor. I think I like the approach and its traditional structure, but I think the proportions, having that being the same height as, or linear approach to the design, I personally think that might want to be looked at a little bit further. I like how the rear stepped down the height of the structure on the versus having it just be the same structure from the first floor all the way up to the third. But in concepts, I do appreciate the desire to stay with a contextual design. Other questions and comments from the commission?
I just want to state that I agree with your comments, your observation.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree as well. I think I recognize that this concept plan just came off the internet, and it's just a representation of the massing and the length, how the new structure might fill the lot. And I'm sure that, there's a lot of additional detailing that needs to go into the final proposal for the new structure. But given the condition of the existing building, I agree with the demolition proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. Any additional questions or comments, or Mr. Lozier? Mr. Lozier?
Sorry about that. It's on double mute. I would, looking at the site plan, I would strongly recommend consideration for not paving the entire property, basically, both sides of it. I'm hoping that there's an alternative to providing some level of parking, maybe covered parking, and a mix of green space versus all concrete.
Thank you for that feedback.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Doolittle?
just a question, is the intention for the property to be combined, or will these be separate properties? The separate ownership or separate tenancy?
Go ahead, Mr. Crono, if you'd like to respond.
Yeah, so 1913 is a rental that Dash LE owns. It's the company that I'll be doing the work through. They're going to keep that house as a rental, and we're going to sell 1915 as a single family
Okay.
home. During come close to the end of the construction on 1915, we plan on presenting ideas of doing a remodel to 1913 to make it match. And to go back to, I believe, his name's Chris, I don't know how to say your last name, I apologize. But we have, if you look there on the site plan, we have an idea for just a little grass area back there. But the way that the lot is set up in the house in 1913 is it's mostly already concrete on 1915, the whole property basically around the house and back to the garage. It's all a big concrete slab there. So we really wouldn't be changing that. We'd just be adding parking behind 1913 because as of right now, neither house would have anything because we're right there on the corner. There's no parking as is. So I understand what you're saying about some green space. We plan on putting maybe a 10 or 15 foot wide little area behind the porch, the covered porch that's in the back. So
yeah, I guess maybe consider opportunities for permeable paving or grass pavers or something like that, just to allow for a little bit more green space, or not just a big swath of concrete.
I understand.
Thank you.
Any additional comments, or would someone like to make a motion? We have two different cases to make motions on. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just one. The only one for the motion is the demolition, which is case 23-110.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the demo as posed, with the condition that portions of the existing building will be analyzed for salvage for the museum or other uses.
Thank you. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any further discussion? Then Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer.
Yes.
Mr. Doolittle.
Yes.
Mr. Lozier.
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Trasick.
Yes.
Is Dr. Williams back? All right. Dr. Williams, do you want to vote or abstain? I'm not sure how much of this case you heard.
I just came back. I
Okay.
think I should abstain. Thank
Okay.
you.
And Ms. Trott.
Yes.
All right, Madam Chair, the motion passes a vote of 8 yes and 1 abstention.
All right, excellent. And does the applicant feel that you've received enough feedback to continue the development of your concept?
Absolutely. Once we get this, the certificate for demolition, how long after this meeting are we going to be able to start on that part of it? That's the only question I really have.
On the actual demolition?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we'll talk offline. There's a permit process, but we can talk this afternoon.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to our next applicant located at 3784 Pearl Road, Flats on Pearl. Mixed use, new construction and demolition.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jill Brandt from Brandt Architecture.
Good morning.
You guys saw this project quite a while back, and then we had a refresher over the summer. We've since met with the design board and revised the project further. So we can give you a brief overview. You can go to the next slide, please. So this is located at near the intersection of Pearl Road and Garden Avenue. The developer, Costa Almo Rudis, has developed the former Masonic Hall to lofts on Pearl. And this is the second phase of that development. It's sort of a sister project of a more modern, updated, new construction. We can go to the next slide. This is the building that's currently there that we are seeking to demolish. And I do know we did have a site visit a while back to see the condition of it. It's not improved since then. We have the next slide. Again, just some more photos of what's the current condition and location. Next slide. And this is an overview of our proposed project with the Flats on Pearl project. And in behind that is some parking that will be shared between the lofts on Pearl and then the future townhomes, which will be the next item on your agenda today. And that there's a building on the corner that will remain intact. Next slide, please. And these are just some typical floor plans. On the first floor, we will have 2 retail areas, common lobby connecting from Pearl Road, and then one connecting from the rear parking area. We have a few suites on the first floor. And then we have a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units on the subsequent floors. You'll notice that the property lines are oddly angled. So we are on the first floor, the facade is running parallel to Pearl Road, and on the upper floor, it's stepped back a bit. The next slide. And you'll see we have an upper floor that steps back further from that. Again, a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. The next slide, I believe, is some typical floor plans. Next slide. These are some elevations, again, showing just again some of that stepping back that we were discussing and some of the materials. And I think it's probably better viewed on the next slide. Oh, that's a section. That's where you can see some of the way we're stepping back from the road. Next slide, please. This is the front elevation. And what we're trying to do is, match the sort of that old style brick storefront that's very common in this area. And then stepping back, again, similar to what we have on the former Masonic Loft building. I believe when you last saw it, we had a great deal more masonry, and we felt that this was a better solution, again, in working with the design boards. It's a mix of IFAS, a metal panel, the glazing. We've integrated the exhaust and intake and vents with our panel system. And we have a nice tier and stepping for that formal entry. Next slide, please. Some materials that we have, the brick that we've selected is a really good match to the adjacent buildings. Again, we have some gray metal temple, some dark bronze. I believe tattletale is the color of the IFAS we're using. And on the side, there's a possibility we might use some either large format brick or some IFAS on the side. Next slide, please. This is a lighting plan. We will be showing some down lighting on the storefronts at the pedestrian level, some up lighting, highlighting that vertical elements to our design. Next slide, please. And this is just showing some site lighting. We'll have some decorative light poles at the driveway entrances and along the path behind the existing building that's going to remain, and then some general lighting throughout the site. Next slide, please. Just some landscaping. Again, this is going to be similar to what we have at the Lofts on Pearl across the street. Next slide, please. This shows a general massing on Pearl Road. And you can see on the far left is that Lofts on Pearl building. And again, we're similar height of the storefront, similar detailing. to the buildings on either side. I will note the building to the immediate left has sort of an odd storefront currently. Someone had added that on many, many years ago. So in the future, that will be, the developer does own that building at the time, and it's a separate project, but we just put that in as a point of reference. But I think this does show some of the materials and the form and massing of the building, and how it connects with the adjacent structures and some of the rhythm and the architecture and materials. Next slide, please. Again, just another view. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the rear, showing again the parking lot and the massing and materials on the backside and how it will relate again to the project we'll be discussing later. And then I think the next slide would show an overview. There we go. So that shows a little more of the whole block. And I think that's it.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. We will then move on to Design Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Tremont Brooklyn Center Design Review Committee on July 18th and November 21st. For the most recent meeting, they did not have quorum, but the committee members present discussed the rhythm of the upper levels. With mixed feelings, but they kind of discussed it and were appreciative of the changes on there. They also discussed the articulation on the front, with kind of wanting a little bit more articulation on the front center. It mimics the Lots on Pearl building a little bit in articulation, but they kind of discussed adding something to that. One of the members present mentioned very serious concerns with the interior layout, with the bedrooms without windows and spare locations, but that is outside of our purview.
All right, thank you. And staff comments?
Staff is comfortable with the demolition of the commercial building as it's not really individually significant and has some serious condition issues. The proposed new construction appears to be appropriate. We might want to see a little more masonry and less ephes, but overall we feel that it's appropriate for the district. However, staff recommends tabling at this point until we have an accurate site plan. The project is somewhat tied to the next agenda item as they share the proposed parking lot area behind both projects. There are some inconsistencies in the parking lot proposal and some details that need to be submitted, like stormwater management plan and tree preservation plan. So we don't really have any major issues with this project, but we do recommend tabling to clear up any of those outstanding questions.
Okay, just so I'm clear, so we have two cases in front of us with this one also. So the demolition, and you're stating that because there's some confusion of.
Yeah, so this proposal is here for, it's two case numbers, but one case number is tied to the demolition of the existing commercial building. And then the second case number is also here for final approval. And it's for the new construction. The next plan, or the next case, or a couple cases we see for concepts are, I guess those buildings in pink there, kind of right in the middle. But since they're all sharing that same parking lot, we want to ensure that everything works together.
Got it. But you're not
question.
opposed to the demolition.
Not of the commercial building. There's I guess some mold issues and structural issues, and it's in rough condition. I haven't been in it myself, but my understanding is it's in extremely poor condition.
Got it.
I was in it a couple back in 2022, and it was built as an addition to the church that used to be bought. So this parking lot used to be the original location of the church, and they put the storefront as a moneymaker for the church. And they used to make keys, and they had a couple of different storefronts in there and stuff like that. And then the church eventually moved into the lot to the north, and that's the current church. And then this one got demolished, I think, still fairly recently, 30 years. In like overall time, but I mean, it was built in like the 1880s. So
Got it. Okay.
But you'll see that more when we go through the concept.
Sure.
For the next.
I will add, the case numbers are so separate with the 2022 one and a 2023 one because the 2022 project that involved demolition and new construction didn't have a separate case number for the demo. So we created a separate case number for the demolition. So it's all part of that one building. There's other case numbers for the rest of the projects.
Got it.
But case 22056 is for the new construction, and case 23111 is for the proposed demolition.
Got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. All right, then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. Since I already asked my question, I will abstain for a minute. Actually, I'll start us off then. Based on the feedback that staff just gave, I'm in support of the demolition but based on the inconsistencies of the site, since the site is part of the new construction, I would also support tabling it so that this and the next project designs are finalized together so that the site plan is addresses all the concerns. And then related to the building design, I'm trying to remember the original design. Could you go to the rendering? There you go.
Wait, I have that's the 2022 concept plan. The original design.
So what is the new one then? So this is the 2022.
So they've changed the front.
Oh, okay.
Moved that.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
So
there's
that's
definitely
Yeah.
significant changes from the prior one.
okay. So I do like the and in support of the revisions that have been made since the 2022 proposal. I am still struggling to understand exactly where the metal panels are versus the ephes. Could you help explain that more?
Sure. You can see the slightly darker gray vertical elements projecting forward between that kind of correspond with the masonry piers below. Those are the metal panels, and then the ephes is the material surrounding the windows. And then on the upper floor, I believe that light, it looks kind of light in this photo, but it's a slightly lighter shade of gray. That would be the ephes on the top as well, just to give it a little lightness and step back. But I don't believe it's as high contrast as it looks in this image.
I would agree with staff's comments or locals' comment that I'm not opposed to using ephes on the 5th floor because it's not as visible. But I would support or recommend more metal panels being more consistent across the entire elevation, since you do have your metal grills that are incorporated into that. I'm just struggling to understand like what are the muttons, the more like battens in the spandrels between the windows. Are those all ephes? Like, is it just
correct? Yes, the material for around the windows would be ephes, and we would have it scored to I think you can kind of see some of the score lines that sort of give it a little level of detail and panel look.
I am in support of the new direction, but my preference would be to not have the ephes on the lower floors of floor 2, 3, and 4, and to use metal panel across an entire portion of that elevation for consistency. So that is my comments. Mr. Lozier?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I would also, I'm also in alignment with your comments about the ephes. I would also prefer metal panel in those locations as you described. I think that the massing feels appropriate. You have sort of the lower base and then the sort of the detached, upper floors. One question that I have, and I'm generally in support of the demolition as well. A question that I have though is, was there any consideration to keeping the facade of the one-story piece and reworking it? I think while it is, not super historically significant, there is some nice detailing as part of that brickwork there. And it's sort of it resembles the sort of the massing that sort of, in front of us here. So I think it's just, one, was there consideration for keeping that facade and reworking it to fit with the overall massing? Along with that, I think that there's something nice about keeping the brick a slightly different color than trying to match the adjacent building, making this building sort of its own piece, similar to how, what the current condition is, where you have brick that's different for the existing building that's there today. And then another just final sort of question related to the window openings on the side of the building, where we have the adjacent one-story building. Is there anything within sort of zoning code that limits the amount of openings on that side, because it is sort of directly on the property line? And if a future adjacent building owner wanted to build an equally tall building or taller building, that would impact the ability to develop that project in the future if there was such a proposal.
I believe we're permitted to have 25% of the wall area open on that.
On the property line, on a party wall?
I believe we did verify that, but we can double check, but I'm pretty sure that's permitted.
Right. I would recommend checking the height off your adjacent roof, as Mr. Lozier is citing the requirements there. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other questions or comments? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the symmetry, and I really appreciate the first floor kind of reminiscent of what was there before the first floor storefronts. I would like to see more masonry going up the building as opposed to eaves or metal panels. And I again object to all the gray and the graying of our built environment. Some gray would be appropriate, but I think there's way too much gray here. I'm concerned about the massing. I think it's too tall. I think it should be at least more consistent with the existing historic buildings in the area. I think it's overwhelming at this point. So I'm very concerned about the massing. And I agree with the, I think maybe I mentioned this, I agree with the local redesign committee that more articulation, especially in the middle, would be beneficial. So those are my comments.
Okay. Mr. Strickland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with your comment regarding the use of metal panels for the second, third, and fourth floor in lieu of the EIFS as proposed. And I had a question about the existing building to the south. The north wall that will be adjacent to this new structure, is that a solid wall, or are there any windows in that wall presently?
There are windows, and it with the way the buildings are set on that property line, there are some window wells in there, and we are about a foot off the building on the front Pearl Road side, but by the time you get to the back of the property, I believe it's about a 7-foot gap between the two. You might be able to see it from the aerial view, the plan view. So we are maintaining airspace and those window wells in there to allow for light and, some maintenance and that sort of thing.
The window wells, you're saying at?
Yeah, and it's interesting because there was some discussion at the design board about whether we should pull that side all and abut the building, but then again, that makes it problematic with the window wells. So we would like to lobby to keep it like this at this point in time.
The what you say window wells, they're at grade, providing.
No, I apologize. I'm sorry. I don't think it's shown in this map, but there are some kind of like reverse bays. In
Jill,
that north
Mr.
wall.
Strickland is speaking about the north wall. We're talking about the south wall.
Yes, so the north wall of the
Existing
building, right where
building.
that cursor is, has, like I said, there are little indents in the wall, sort of like a reverse bay window that allows, like a vertical light shaft into the whatever former units were there. So we wanted to maintain that.
There's no concerns about fire code with regard to percentage of opening in that wall and having a structure that close?
Well, those will be fire rated walls, yes.
I'm talking about the existing structure. You're saying that there's window openings in that north wall of the existing structure on the corner?
Yes, there are. We've not done a survey of that building yet. He just recently acquired ownership of it. We are focusing on the fire rating and code compliance of the flats on Pearl new construction.
Yeah, I would have a concern that you would be compromising the building to the south, putting that new structure to that height, so close to that existing building. Again, I'm not a code expert, but I think it might be creating code issue with regard to fire stop on that existing wall.
Right. Yeah, we would recommend doing, another reason why I think I would personally recommend tabling it, because I do think you might want to analyze your windows in relationship to the adjacent buildings on both sides and the height of those related to both in distances from the property line for both buildings.
Yeah, I think that's very important that be studied before we go further with consideration of this new building. But generally speaking, I personally don't have a problem with the height. And as I commented, changing the material on the facade to some pearl, I think would be beneficial for the project. But yeah, I agree that I could not support final approval of this project at this point until this further study about the impact on the adjacent structure.
So hearing this and trying to get us, just knowing the length of our agenda, I'm going to get us moving forward a little faster here. Before I do that, Mr. Dulett, did you?
Oh, just real quick, I think there's even some practical issues, Madam Chair, with coming to that point triangle and finishing that wall. There might be just a suggested strategy to make it parallel where it makes sense towards the front portion of that southerly building, and then stepping back so they actually do have find a way to make it a real light well. I also share some of the concerns about the height, and it seems to me that there's a fairly strong line at 3 stories that, while it shouldn't dictate the height, because I think having those extra stories is okay, the articulation is not acknowledging that historic datum. I guess I'd like to see if there were some ways to mitigate some of that 3-story chunk in the middle to get almost yet another layer of articulation. It's just a thought, since we're tabling it, to suggest to study that.
So based on the feedback that we've received from staff and what you're hearing, or I'm hearing here at the table, I think it would be wise for us to table your project to allow some additional study of it. We will be looking at the demolition separate than, the new construction. So that would be my recommendation, but we would need your approval to table. We do think there's some more study that is needed to both the building based on the feedback you've received and the site because of its direct connection with the next project. So do you,
Sure, can I ask a few questions?
Sure.
So just to confirm that we could proceed with approval of the demolition independent of tabling the new construction, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then as far as the site plan goes, we did, and again, I was under the impression that was needed for permit, not for the board approvals. So we do have the preliminary water, stormwater management study, but the site plan, it was something that was evolved a while ago and the site plan has since changed. So we're working on the process of getting that updated. Can the site plan be reviewed separately from the Flats on Pearl and the Grow on Garden projects?
Madam Chair, I don't believe it can because the parking is required for this, both projects holistically. So because if we look at the next project and it gets approved or doesn't get approved, or if there's other considerations to take, your site plan may change again. So we have to kind of look at that to understand this thing in its entirety.
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
So just to ask
Yes, I
again.
believe we can table at this point in time.
All right,
For
thank
the
you for the
construction.
Thank you for the approval for that. So hearing you with the owner's approval, would someone like to make a motion? Mr. Strickland.
I would move to approve the demolition of case number 23111.
Okay, so we have a motion related to the demolition. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion related to the demolition? Not seeing any. Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Right, Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dryer?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams?
Yes.
And Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, then we'll move on to the next case of 22056. Right, that's for new construction. There was a recommendation to table and the approval by ownership. Do we have a motion?
I move to table.
All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? The one note that I will make is, and I'm sorry, we sort of bulldozed in front of it, is that, with this and the approval of the demolition, we would, appreciate the consideration to say that front elevation of the existing building if possible, but not a requirement. So
May I comment on that, or is discussion closed?
Study it and come back with an answer.
to study, and then when you come back with any revisions to the building, we can talk more about that.
Okay.
Right, so we have any further discussion related to tabling? Okay, Mr. Musson, please call roll.
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
Yes.
Mr. Dryer?
Yes.
Mr. Dulick?
Yes.
Mr. Lozier?
Yes.
Mr. Sandberry?
Yes.
Mr. Strickland?
Yes.
Mr. Trasick?
Yes.
Dr. Williams? And Ms. Trott?
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So that concludes our certificates of appropriateness. We'll now move on to the concept plan. So if you'd like to continue the conversation and present us the next portion of the project, Row and Garden, that'd be great.
Great. Well, as we briefly mentioned in the prior presentation, this is the next phase of the development on this property as we turn the corner and go down Garden Avenue. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is, again, we just looked at this overall site plan. And I believe, so there's 4 homes existing that we are proposing to demolish in order to create this. But one thing I'd like to point out, I think last time we were here, we had all of our townhomes in one row together, and now we separate them into 2 buildings with 3 townhomes. These are some photos of the existing homes. They are in various state of, some of them are pretty rough. I know the landmark is some people were out on site previously, and I think 1 or 2 that has many holes in floors and roofs. If we can go to the next slide. So these are, again, the 4 homes that we're discussing. Oh, and I apologize. I think the bottom image, we have 2800 in the wrong location. Those 2 should be reversed. I apologize. We just caught that the other day. And next slide, please. There are some features and details that are salvageable in here, and we will work with a salvage company or a restoration to, make those elements available to other projects. Next slide, please. So this is one of our typical front elevations. We have more or less the same floor plan with slight variations, and we are looking at variations in the materials. One of the things that was important to us is looking this as we turn the corner from Pearl Road and then move down the street to single family homes, just a stepping down of scale. So we're trying to take some of the forms and the gables and the window sizes, front porch and those details that are very common in a single family home neighborhood and utilizing them in these structures. Next slide, please. Now this is the rear elevation. They'll have a rooftop deck, and again, keeping the gables and garage with the awning over the garage door. Next slide, please. So this is showing one of the units. I believe this is the one on the west side elevation. So we are showing, as I mentioned, on the front elevation, the rear. On the side, we do have windows in the bedrooms. On that lower floor, there aren't any, as it's the garage, and that's facing the driveway access there. Next slide, please. Again, typical floor plans. Next slide, please. This is another unit, again, showing the other side elevation with window in the stairwell in the bedrooms. Next slide, please. Again, typical floor plans. Next slide, please. And then this is our center unit, which has a brick on the front face. Next slide, please. And that's just the typical floor plan. Next slide, please. Again, this is showing materials. So we are using a brick that's similar to the Flats on Pearl project that we just discussed, and another one that's more or less the same. It just has more of the darker toned bricks in it. And I apologize, the rendering on this isn't. We have two shades of gray. One is notably lighter than the other. Somehow it's not showing up in this, but not high contrast, but more contrast than what it looks like there. So we have a darker toned gray and a more lighter medium toned gray. Again, we'll be using dark bronze windows and a wood look siding, and then we will have aluminum awning over the front entry porch and aluminum railing. Next slide, please. Again, showing the lighting, we'll be having on the front facade some uplighting, accentuating the vertical architectural features, some downlighting at the door, and then similarly on the rear, we'll have downlighting at the door. Next slide, please. Again, the same site plan that we looked at previously. Next slide, please. Same landscaping that we looked at previously. Next slide, please. So I think this starts to show a little better some of the materials and the scale and massing and proportions of it. We feel this is a really nice nod to some of the single family homes in the area. Next slide, please. And that just sort of shows the overall scale on that neighborhood. And we are very happy with the way we split between the three units with the driveway in the center, and it relates more to the access to the Loss on Pearl across the street. Next slide, please. This is just looking up Garden Avenue towards Pearl. Next slide, please. And that's just the rear view. There you can see the contrast in the two shades of gray a little better, and some of the single family homes in the background as well. Next slide, please. And again, just the general overview of the project. And I think this is an interesting one too, because you can see again at the end of Garden Avenue, there's a few homes that have that very narrow front gable look that we're giving a nod to with our forms. think that's everything.
Is it just
I think
me
the
or is,
room's mic
yeah,
is muted. Can't hear anything.
Okay, so I guess we have to go back.
Apologies.
It's just our mic that's open?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
muted.
So we didn't hear any of that, okay.
No, so we need,
So
I guess we need
we'll
to
go back and do design review committee recommendations. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay, it was seen conceptually by the Tremont Brooklyn Center Design Review Committee on July 18th and November 21st. Both times conceptually, they discussed the configuration of the building's materials and windows, and were overall saw them as positive changes, and were without action taken, were generally supportive of the project.
All right. And landmark staff review comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Site visit was completed on June 21st, 2023. We looked at the conditions of each of these individual buildings. There are some site plan concerns in connection with the new development. And again, here's our code as to what we are considering. I'm going to go through the history, and then Mr. Musson will give our recommendations after that. This is part of the Fish and Davis allotment that was created in the 1860s. That's when Garden Street and Vine Street came in. Important to note the Fish last name, as James Fish was the first permanent white settler on the west side in this area in May of 1812. It was he and his cousins, Moses and Ebenezer, who came here and bought up most of the land in this area. They are the original settlers. So Denison Cemetery that we know now was originally the Fish family cemetery, and there are still some of those early Brooklyn Village, Brooklyn Center burials there. So eventually this got split, and it's been an interesting thing to try and figure out. So there's the church you see mentioned by 1886, but we also see the street here, this sublot number 1 in Fish and Davis allotment, and how this lines up. The house that's just to the left there, that was the one that we approved for demolition and was part of the previous, and that was in pretty deplorable shape, but it dated back to this time. As we move on, 1898, you can see that this has developed out and into 1912. So the lot was split in the 3 lots to the left were split off in 1884 when John and Jenny Fish sold the property to John Brewer. And then Brewer would then later sell the one that we saw before in 1887, and then this one was sold in 1889. So although it was sold, I don't have somebody living there particularly until 1894. So we're putting it somewhere in that period of when this was constructed. And its original address was 21 Garden Street. So due to the amount of demolitions that had to be reviewed, it was couldn't do as deep of a dive as I wanted to, but I tried to get as much information on all of these properties. You'll see that there are some changes. The other interesting thing you see here from previous is this house that's here, because this is prior to permits and all that stuff, And when the Kearns block was built on the corner in 1894, we believe it's that one that's currently there. It was just rotated and set right there. So we think that that one dates to it because it shows up on the 1874. So it might be late 1860s, early 1870s. There was an office in between temporarily, is no longer there. That's what that blank space is with the big tree. And then 2004 and 06, those two were built in 1903. And then interestingly, the 2800, I believe it's a weird permit, but I'm putting that one at 1898. So all built, there's a connection of names that I wish I had been able to go, but they owned a lot of land in the area, the Money family and the Shaws and Brewers. So it was in the Brookers. So it's been an interesting trying to gather all this through the years. But here is the site as it currently looks overall with the one building removed that was discussed. So that was going to be the alleyway into the driveway. The properties primarily prior to this year were in a family trust for the John W. Hickey Family Trust. And some of these properties they have had owned since prior to 1975. The most recent one, I believe, in 1980. And there have been no building permits pulled on any of them in any of this time. And this is why we're looking at these today. You can also note that in 2009, there was a complaint filed for exterior violations on our first house that we're going to look at 2604, and the city never sent an inspector, which is another reason why we're here today. So I'm going to go through each of these houses so you can see the conditions from our site visit. And this is the one, I believe, from the 1870s that was rotated in place. It is not in good condition. There used to be rental certificates. Those all expired. It's become a collection place for old window frames and historic materials. And you can see the collapse. And here's how it looked in 2009. This was preventable. Actually, all of these are preventable just with inspection, regular inspections and such like that. But I think that's part of what the residents' first issue is going to be coming up with a better inspection process and such. Next door with the two family, this is the 1903 building. This is the one unit. And it was not in good condition, but you can see some stone. Interesting layout up to the second floor. You can see where all the rain has been coming in. And then up to the end, I wanted to take a picture of the vegetation growing on the steps up to the attic. And then on the other side, it's not so bad. And had the other side looked like this side, I think we'd be having a different discussion than demolition. But you really can't separate these two. Nice details, and they discussed about salvage of these items and such. And that's how it looked in 2009. I'm using that as the benchmark because that was the last complaint. And then here's the one that was 1898. Pretty simple. I think it was probably more like almost it shows up on the maps as more of a barn type of thing, but it's probably a house / bar, workhouse or whatever it was. But also not best condition. I thought it was interesting that they enclosed the rear porch as a closet. But those are some interesting details with the columns. Not in great shape, but not the worst. This is one of those cleaners. But it was not in good shape back in 2009 either. And then our last house, this is the one that is most architecturally significant. It still has a slate roof. It's got some nice architectural details. It's got a couple of additions in the rear. Again, no occlude windows are added, and it's got a lot of space. These are the rear additions, not great. This is up into the front rooms. Up into the attic. And then you come, I don't think you can tell that these stairs are not original. Yeah, there's some nice detailing. And this is in the front room. You can see where the walls have been added later, breaking this up into multiple apartments. And then the basement. There are sandstone pieces in sidewalk that I think should probably be retained as a part of this. And that's how it looked in 2009. So you can really see the details on there. Must.
Right. Let's move on to the other part of the staff report. As mentioned in the previous agenda item, staff would like to see a more accurate and detailed measured site plan. What is being proposed does not seem to match the reality of the site as far as what buildings are still standing and where they're located. So that should be flushed out. After our site visits and research, staff feels that 2902 Garden has real rehabilitation potential and would like to see that seriously explored. Staff does concede that 2604, which appears to be the oldest of the buildings, is in very poor condition and that demolition may be the only financially viable solution for that property. But we would like to see some real exploration of the costs to rehab the other three houses being proposed for demo. But with 2902, it seems like the best candidate for rehab, potentially removing the rear additions and fixing up the kind of the core of the house. We feel that the proposed new construction could be a bit more sympathetic to the district and a bit more contextual. The scale of what's being proposed isn't too far off. The units might be a little narrow and tall, but it does feel like proposal could kind of be dropped anywhere, and we'd like to see something a little more specific to Brooklyn Center.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. Just to remind our new commission members, this is a concept plan review, so we are not taking a vote. It's really to give the applicant feedback on the design. So we will open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments.
One question, I guess, point of clarification. Is demolitions is not on the table right now as a vote. Was this the first time we're saying this, right?
So it's
no
feedback on
previous
anything.
phase that analyzed this.
Right. Any additional questions for the feedback?
Right now, that's
it? Okay. Other questions and comments from the commission? Ms. Anderson, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I have a question. Are these going to be for rent or for sale? Or do you not know?
I believe they will be for sale.
Okay. You know, this is kind of out of our wheelhouse, but I'm just gonna make a mention of it. Looks like the kitchen is on the first level and the living area is on the second. And that's not something that the public readily embraces. It's kind of hard to have a party when you have three living areas and two separate floors like that. But anyways, it's something for you to consider more marketable. You know, again, I'm going to talk about the gray, and I have to say, full disclosure, I tell my clients regularly to paint things gray, because that is the popular trendy color. People like gray, they see a lot of it, like HGTV, and they're all about it. But you know, 15 years ago, people were painting things, you know, bright, you know, vibrant colors, and that's all gone by the wayside. So you know, I think with a historic district, we're not looking at trendy, we're looking at something that is classic and sustainable. So again, I think there's too much gray, and you know, I think that seriously needs to be revisited.
So I'm sorry, can I ask a clarification? Are you saying you don't care for the gray, you feel it's trendy and you want to see bright colors?
No, that's not what I'm saying. Quite the opposite. I'm saying that bright colors were trendy 15 years ago and now they're not. Just as gray is trendy now, and you know, maybe 5-10 years from now, everybody's gonna be like, oh, no more gray. So what I'm saying is that, you know, something that is going to be more of a sustainable color choice, something that's not trendy. And I think it takes more skill to, you know, align colors that will work with the brick. I like the brick. I think the brick is a very nice enhancement here. But, you know, I think something that would be not too bright, not too dull, just something to keep it more interesting instead of everything. I think everything we're seeing on this agenda is gray.
Hi, this is Pasquale Esposito. I'm part of the design team with Brent Architecture. I'm just kind of struggling with that comment and just asking if you could give me at your best projection of what you think a timeless color that might be trendy today and in 15 years might be. Are you talking about an off-white, a jewel tone, and you know, I'm just struggling to understand how to take that comment.
Sherwin-Williams, and have a historic palette color that you can choose from, multiple different ones. So look from whatever this time period is when this is built. There's plenty of different colors in those palettes, not only from Sherwin-Williams, but
Benjamin Moore.
Yep, Benjamin Moore.
Yeah, there are books with the color palettes available. You know, I think what's being demolished is largely from the 1890s, early 1900s. So I would refer to some of the color palettes which are available in those publications.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Well, if I may follow up, you know, you feel that there are shades of gray that are on the historic color palette, but also too, you know, struggling to reconcile some comments we're receiving today with comments we've received from the design board. I think they were generally pleased with our color palette and liked some of the correlation with the Flats on Pearl building and the other buildings that we're working with on Pearl and as we turn the corner. So not sure how to reconcile that.
I think it takes a little more thought and skill incorporating color. I think gray is easy and you know, it's kind of foolproof. But again, we see so much of it in our built environment and in our historic areas. And I don't think we should just use it as a default. It is a popular color in 2023. I don't know that it's going to be a popular color in the long run. And we are looking at a historic district. So we should be looking at something that is going to be consistent for the long term, that'll work for the long term.
So just to try to add, to keep us moving forward, is that what I'm hearing you say, Ms. Anderson, is that having gray be the dominant color across the majority of the building is what you're struggling with, to incorporate other materials and or colors that are more of a timeless or have more of a presence on the structure than just the gray siding. Is that what?
Correct.
Is that a good statement? Okay. So I think that's just, does that help answer your question?
You know, the first presentation we had blue siding and didn't go over very well. And the comment we got back from design board that this was much improved. So we'll take another look at it.
And I don't think it's against gray. To clarify, point of clarification, I think it is just having it be the dominant material across the entire building. Is what I think Ms. Anderson's opinion is, and it's one opinion, on the board, so. Mr.
And I just
Rozier?
feel like when you look at the front facade too, we've got a variety of materials, but we'll take that under advisement. Thank you.
Mr. Lozier?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I wanted to support the staff's recommendation to study rehabbing the existing structures that make the most sense to rehab based on their analysis of the existing structures. So I would appreciate that analysis and that exploration when this comes back. If it remains in this same sort of demolition and new build. Looking at the design of this concept, I would say that I would like to ask to reconsider the wood look or the wood material. To me, to me, it wants to feel more consistent. You have 3 structures, 3 sort of homes. There should appear to be 3 distinct structures, not 6 or 7. I can go either way on the coloration of the siding. I think that looking at and exploring other options wouldn't hurt. Again, this is the first time that this body is seeing this. So, we didn't see the blue, we didn't see any other color renditions. But I would recommend reconsidering the wood material in favor of the same consistent material with the other surfaces of those particular units.
We did consider using the sign, doing a 5-inch lap and then like a 7-inch lap. But we felt that this kind of just added a nice warmer tone to it.
Yeah, I think when we talk about trendy materials, I think this is one of those trendy materials that doesn't feel quite right in an historic district.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lozier. Mr. Dulick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In general, I want to support the staff's recommendation to fully explore the potential to rehab and save buildings. I think that's a really important function of this body and would really appreciate the design and development team following through on that. We'd love to hear that. But just from an urban design perspective, a couple is, I think if we look at the existing context that's there, regardless of whether some of them are rehabbed or they all come down and you do something all new, I think there's a wonderful variety. And I think I think that's part of the deep part of the history is, it's almost like you took 2 of your townhomes for the one at 2704 and flipped them and put them together and made it look like a building. And then maybe you could add one on the end of that. Even if you kept the same basic format, I guess my suggestion, without being too specific, other than maybe that, is the idea that we get at least some of that spirit of variety rather than the rigidly regimented 2 buildings, essentially the same massing all 3 in a row. I think there's great potential here to do whatever portion will be new construction, clearly some of it will be, to really take to heart the spirit of the existing historic context and how the buildings, at least the facades of the buildings where they meet the street, really have the potential to create a wonderful mix of old and new. That's what I really very hopeful and excited about this project for. The other thing I will say, if you're going to do, I think the 3-story elements, when we look at this contents, the 3-story bays, whatever they are, and again, regardless of where the design direction goes, I guess I'd like to suggest that even if it becomes an Oriel window, where those 3-story bays don't all come down to ground, I think also appreciate some opportunity for landscaping there along the street as well. By virtue of doing that, really like to see the streetscape for townhomes develop the way I think we've seen some good examples around Cleveland lately of really taking to heart how that works with with viable, sustainable landscaping as a transition, especially when they're so close to the street.
Okay. No, I think the only thing I would have to add to what has been said is that I do agree with staff's recommendation that I think a site plan would be helpful to study here, because in looking at the aerial, it appears that the building that you had noted as 2,800, if I remember that one correctly, is actually the site that is vacant, and the building that you had noticed for demolition is actually the site, the building that we just looked at of coming down. So just how your current design would incorporate that revision is something I think needs to be studied. So that it's developed together. So based on the feedback we've had, rehabilitating the end structure would also be encouraged, and or the other one studied to see if there's any ability to save those structures, or at least one of those 4 structures. So with that statement, does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback from this body to continue the development of your project?
Yes, thank you. I guess can we get clarification on which addresses you wanted us to study rehabilitating?
Shall staff do that afterwards?
Yeah, we can
Thank you.
coordinate on that. Yeah.
And we did send an updated plan showing the corrected demolition. I just don't think it got to this board. I think it's going to the next one. So that was sent yesterday, so that we are aware of that clarification. And I believe our parking plan is reflected of that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, then that would conclude our review on this case, and we look forward to seeing you back with the continuation of your design.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next applicants. Are we here? No. West 32nd? Yep. Located at 3210 Franklin Boulevard, West 32nd and Franklin Apartments, new construction. I'd like to welcome the applicant. Please unmute your mic and tell us about your project.
Good afternoon. This is Wesley Harper with Horton Harper Architects. James Asimis is also with us on the call from the development group. But thank you for having us. If we could switch to the next page, please. So the site we're going to be talking about today is at the northeast corner of West 32nd Franklin Boulevard in the Ohio City neighborhood. I think everybody's generally obviously familiar with this area, but we're kind of across the street from a new large redevelopment project called Franklin Yards, which I believe has been in front of this committee previously. And so that is that's also being developed by Dalla Group, who is the developer for the project we'll talk about today. And today's project is kind of considered a phase 2 of that initial renovation across the street. Next, please. So here, kind of a more zoomed in view of the site. Again, northeast corner of 32nd Franklin. We're surrounded by some existing structures and then also some newer construction that's occurred over the last handful of years. Directly to the west of us is the old YMCA building, which was converted into condominiums, I think more than 10 or 15 years ago. To our south, directly across the street, you can see the Franklin Yards complex, which is currently being renovated. To our north, we have an existing home that faces West 32nd Street. And then further east on Vine Court, we have 4 existing townhomes that were constructed in the last 5 years. Directly to our east, we have kind of a multifamily house that I think probably has 2 or 3 units in it. And then to our northeast is a small warehouse structure. Next. So here we have a view looking to the northeast at the site itself. You can see Franklin Boulevard running left to right, and then 32nd kind of going downhill a bit to the left. The current site is really just a deteriorated asphalt lot and then some overgrowth of vegetation. There are a handful of prominent tree lawn trees that we do intend on maintaining, but the rest of the site would essentially be cleared. And the topography that I mentioned with 32nd sloping down towards the lake kind of has a significant impact on the overall layout of the structure and how the first floor integrates with the site. Next. Here we have the existing structure to the east of our site. It's kind of a 2.5-story residential structure. I assume there's a handful of rentals in there. The eastern side of our property has an easement with this site. So we would of course be maintaining that access easement. So we're going to be, collaborating with this neighbor on making that happen. Next. Here we're a little further east on Franklin, looking to the northwest. You can see what was an old house, most likely, and then a small commercial structure was added onto it, kind of hugging the sidewalk there. And then to the east of that, we have a small home that looks like that was probably built in the last 20 years. Next. Here to the west, you can see the former YMCA. A lot of masonry in this project, stone sills and sandstone headers, and then stairways coming off of that Franklin facade. Next. Here we're looking at the intersection of 32nd Franklin, looking to the southwest. You can see the assisted living home to the right, and then a portion of the Franklin Yards project to the left. Next. Here we're at 31st and Franklin. You can see one of the more significant structures of the Franklin Yards project. All the windows have been removed for eventual replacement. And so, we've been through the local Ohio City historic review. One of their comments was to maybe take some precedent in terms of color for our project. So that's something we're going to be looking at. And we'll talk about that as we get into the renderings as well. Next. Here we're looking down West 32nd Street. You can see the existing 2.5-story multifamily house directly north of us. To the left of that house, you can see, I believe it's a 4-story townhouse, and then to the east of the existing home are also a handful of townhomes that in reality will likely be taller than our structure that we're proposing today. Next. Here we're looking down Vine Court to the east, and the structure to the right is the existing one directly north of us. Then we have the townhomes directly north of that. Next. Here is another small cluster of townhomes at Clinton and 32nd. So just for some additional context here, you can see it's a mix of brick, some cement board siding, stone, and some nice landscaping. Next. Here is one of the multifamily projects that have been constructed over the past 5 to 10 years. This is on Clinton, of course. Again, a mix of brick, cement board, and some sandstone detailing. Next. Here's Dexter on Franklin Circle. Next. And here we have a site plan of the existing conditions of our site. You can see there's a couple remaining chain link fences, which of course would be removed, some existing vegetation, but essentially we're looking at what amounts to a cleared site. Next. Here's the proposed site plan. So what we have is a 3-story structure that hugs the corner of Franklin and West 32nd. Along Franklin Boulevard, there is a 10-foot mapped setback, which defines the interior building envelope. We have, as you can see, porches and balconies that encroach into that 10 feet, but that is allowed by the zoning code. Or at least that's my understanding. Along the eastern property line, it's something we're still going back and forth with on that setback. We have 10 feet currently. The walkway that is labeled there is essentially the dimension of the easement that's required with the neighbor to the east. So that the closest setback we'd be able to have would be 6 feet on that side. You can see that we have our parking lot accessed off of West 32nd Street, which is essentially where the existing curb cut is right now. It'll likely be moved a little bit to the north, but there is an existing curb cut there now. The 3-story building itself would contain 29 to 32 apartments, roughly just over 20,000 leasable square feet, and then somewhere between 25,000 and 26,000 gross interior square footage. The parcels that we're building this on are currently two parcels, and those would of course be combined into a single parcel. One note on the site plan, you can see we have a note that says slope up 4 feet. Essentially what we're doing is getting that parking lot to meet the accessibility code and have all of the units on the first floor accessed from the rear of the project. It's just kind of a building code and accessibility code solution that we think works and doesn't negatively impact the architecture in any way. Next. So here we have the current design for the Franklin facade. You can see it's a mix of brick and cement board. We also have some prominent balconies that kind of protrude from the facade a bit. And then along Franklin Boulevard, we have a handful of units. Each of them have their own front porch to kind of break down the overall pedestrian scale of this facade. I think that the balconies are allowing the facade to be broken down a bit more and add a little bit of depth and figure to the facade. Again, it's a mix of brick, cement board, but we're also starting to investigate some different color palettes. Right now, we're probably, or at least in this rendering, we're kind of thinking, black metal frame windows, black railings, but I think from some of the comments we've gotten from the neighborhood, we're going to be looking more towards a brown or dark bronze palette. So again, this is just kind of our first pass. We've been to the Ohio City meeting, and we've also been to the kind of general larger neighborhood presentation as well. Next. Here we're looking to the northeast from Franklin and 32nd, just kind of a oblique view to see how it turns the corner down to West 32nd Street. You start to get an idea of what amounts to a pretty good amount of landscaping opportunity along Franklin. The existing tree lawn tree that exists to the east is not shown just for clarity, but we do have some opportunities to add some additional street trees as well, which on Franklin Boulevard, that's one of the very prominent characteristics of the entire street. You can also see here kind of the depth of the balconies on the building, and they get a bit deeper and longer as we step up from grade. Next. Here's a view looking to the northwest. Again, kind of seeing how it turns the corner on that east facade. We really want to start to play with the depth of the facade, as I mentioned, and get those windows to make it not seem like a flat assembly of materials. And we've got some different ways of doing that. The alignment of windows is very straightforward. A lot of the buildings in the direct context obviously have a very regimented configuration of windows, and that's something we wanted to keep with this design. Next. Here's a view looking west along the sidewalk of Franklin. We're very conscious of the kind of eyes on the street idea for Franklin and this building in particular. So there are, I believe, 5 or 6 units that directly face Franklin. Actually, I think it's 8. But the porches that would also be here would have the ability to have maybe a small dining table. So we really want to activate this building visually from the pedestrian scale. Next. Here's a view of the West 32nd facade. Going through the neighborhood process, we've gotten some feedback that they'd like to see a little more articulation on this facade, and we're open to doing that. Here you can kind of see the curb cut that leads to the parking lot behind the building. And, we would be screening that parking lot per the city's zoning and design code. And then hopefully slipping in some landscaping where possible on that western facade. Next. We can just very quickly go through these floor plans, but this is the ground level plan. So you can see that we have 5 units that directly face Franklin, and they all have their own private porch along the sidewalk. The building is basically accessed from 3 individual stairways, and that's kind of a code response to the construction method that we're using here. Next. Second floor, you can start to see how the balconies start to impact the floor plan along Franklin. Next. And then you're here, the top floor. The units range in square footage from 550 square feet up to about 900. We'd have a mix of 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom units. And these would of course be rentals. Next. Here is the southern elevation. You'll maybe be surprised by the fact that this has a pitched roof atop it. The views that we were looking at in the renderings, it simply isn't visible from that perspective with the current slope that we have, 4 to 12. So personally, I like the idea of this maybe at street level feeling more like a flat roof structure similar to the YMCA building across the street. But from further away, I think this pitched roof would start to reveal itself and then maybe start to integrate with the Franklin Yards project and some of the smaller residential pitched roof structures around it. Next. Here's a view of the western facade. Again, this is something we're going to start taking a look at and maybe articulating a bit more. Some ideas are to turn the porch of the corner unit at Franklin and 32nd to give that kind of a pedestrian presence there. So the building kind of turns the corner with that porch. Next. Here is the northern facade. Again, you can see that pitched roof profile. We have an area of low slope roof for us to put all of the condensers for the air conditioning units for each living space. You can also see a mix of brick and cement board here. You know, we're still going through some of the budget considerations here. So I'd say the breakdown of brick versus cement board is likely to change a bit as we go through the process. But again, you can see here the very direct and, in my opinion, logical alignment of windows vertically. Next. Here we have the east facade. You know, this facade will be somewhat prominent as you're heading west on Franklin, but I think it would largely be you know, obscured by the existing building to the east. Next. Here we have a building section through the site. Franklin Boulevard is at right, and then you know, the northern property line is to the left. You can see the existing grade is indicated at the left, and so we will be doing a fair amount of filling in the site to get that parking lot to where it needs to be for accessibility, and then also have all of the first floor units accessed from the rear, and then they'd also have their own entry to the porches along Franklin. Next. Again, the material palette, which I kind of went over. This is obviously more of a black charcoal gray, as has been commented on all day today. Again, I think we're going to start looking at some of the surrounding context to maybe change the brick color. And then the window frames would also maybe change to fit that palette as well. Next. Here, just a conceptual landscape plan calling out potential vegetation on the site. We do believe this is going to be a very prominent piece of the design of it in the end. So, you know, we're taking this layout very seriously. Next. Here we have the conceptual tree preservation plan. The green trees that you see here would be added to the site. The magenta color would be protected and maintained during construction. And then the purple would be removed in order to build out the site. Next. It might be it. Yeah. So with that, I'm interested in hearing your perspective on the project. Again, we've been to the Ohio City landmarks. They have given us their feedback. I didn't want to make any changes to this presentation prior to coming to you, but we are moving quickly on this project. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will, making sure we're unmuted. We will start with Design Review Committee recommendations.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. This was seen by the Ohio City Design Review Committee on November 16th. The committee members felt that the scale and massing were appropriate. They did want to see the West 32nd Street facade treated more like a primary facade in addition to the Franklin Boulevard. They wondered if a slight shift in the site plan could help align the building better with the houses to the east, but there was general support, but some concerns expressed that it could have a more residential feel.
Okay, thank you. And staff comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff felt like it has an overall encouraging plan and design. We'd like to see some articulation or details as noted with the local committee to create more of a residential look or add interest to the building in some way, either just simple details with the brick or more details added, possibly some connection to the Franklin Yards project since they are the same developer as well, just have that fallback across the street. We did note the gray brick in its kind of attempt to possibly blend in, makes it stand out even more based on the lighter brick and just variety of other materials of those corners at that intersection. So we'd like to kind of see it connect to the neighboring architecture a little bit more. But overall, we're happy to see it as it develops.
Excellent, thank you. We'll open up the floor to questions and comments from the commission then. Who'd like to start us off? All right, well, there you go, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with the Design Review Committee's comments that overall I would support the project, but it'd be nice if it had a little more residential feel. And I agree with the articulation of that west elevation along West 32nd so that it's not just one monolithic plane primarily along that facade. But overall, I would be in support of the project. I also agree with essentially the change in the color palette away from the gray. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Strickland. I would echo, I think it's you acknowledge that I think in this case, the gray is not, it's making it more noticeable in this area than more of a background building, especially with the warmth grays that are in the, I'm sorry, the brown bricks that are in the area. Having the more monolithic approach also, I think, is what is reinforcing that I think having a little variety of color or warmer colors would help the overall design aesthetic. I do agree with having the 32nd Street is on the west side elevation, something to articulate that because it feels very austere right now. I would also ask the question, you made a comment, I don't know if I noted it correctly, that you have a easement requirement of 6 feet on the east side, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I mean, I liked your rendering that you showed earlier versus the one that's currently shown with the building right on the lot line. I think since it makes it feel very commercial. And right now that if you were able to shift the building to the east and incorporate some landscaping along that western side, that would also help soften how the building engages 32nd Street. And I guess finally, I'm not a big fan of the pitched roof. I think it feels very foreign to this building structure. And it will feel very large when stepped away from the building versus helping it blend in. I think it has that sort of more commercial, sort of flat roof style to it that I personally would continue and embrace that and just not do a pitched roof on this type of structure. It's too modern. It's feels confused with a more traditional pitched roof with this very modern approach. Those are my comments. Other questions and comments from the commission? He knows that you don't like gray.
I'm not gonna, I think we've already been through that. It just looks very commercial. It doesn't seem to not take a nod to the historic character of the neighborhood. Maybe because it's boxy and it kind of reinforces the design reinforces those square and rectangular elements. And I think it needs to be softened a little bit. I don't know how else to put it.
Tinder?
I don't think I'm sold on the massing. It feels too long and squat. So I don't know if, and I also, I don't feel like the push and pull of the front facade is as historical as the rest of the neighborhood. So I don't know if it would feel better as a taller building, two smaller, taller buildings, or one more flat, larger square building, if that makes sense. The push and pull, I feel like you're kind of in between two forms. You're not one large commercial building, but you're not multiple smaller residential buildings. And it's reading it as like just a jumble of both. So I would feel like it would either need to be a bigger, solid building, flat facade, or break up the elongation slightly with different forms.
Okay.
If that makes sense, I'm not clear.
Having it continue all the way up to the roof line on all levels and all areas, what you're pretty much struggling with, that makes it
Right.
feel like a singular mass versus the articulation not as strong because of that. What I'm hearing. Mr. Lozier?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think, you know, the commentary from the Ohio City Review Board, as well as some of the staff comments, I think, and as you Mr. Harper had acknowledged, is looking to some of the other precedent apartment buildings and other buildings within the neighborhood to look at fine tuning some of the articulation. And I think looking at that from a massing standpoint as well, I think would also I think be helpful as well. I guess one question that I have is, and it's not really sort of shown in sort of the views of the renderings, but what is the scale of this relative to the YMCA across the street? I'm assuming the YMCA is still taller than this by maybe a story or two.
Yeah, that's correct. It looks like one of the stories on the YMCA is a little shorter in height, but I do believe it is 4 stories. So yeah, we are below that. And I believe the YMCA actually steps towards 32nd Street as it heads north. So no, it's about 3.5, I guess, for YMCA.
Okay.
It is taller.
So maybe, you know, if we're looking to explore the massing or the height of this as Mr. Sandberry had mentioned, maybe there's more of a relationship between this building and the YMCA across the street in terms of how those massings come together.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now, we're kind of maxed out on the height of this thing per the zoning code. So height is such a problematic issue. I don't know if we'd be able to get neighborhood support for that kind of variance. But you know, I think in terms of brick detailing and you know, kind of creating a contemporary take on the detailing of the YMCA and the Franklin Yards project, you know, I certainly see, you know, the integration of some sandstoning sills at the very least for windows, perhaps in certain locations as headers, and then also in just the natural, you know, progress of this project. You know, there's some options on the levels from a floor plan perspective that I think can maybe respond to some of the massing opinions that you guys have had. So I think now I can certainly respond to that the next time around. And I guess we'll see where we end up.
Okay. All right. In the interest of time, just knowing that, you know, where we are in our agenda and still have 2 additional cases. Does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback from the committee and the commission to continue the development of your design?
I have, yes. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, we look forward to seeing you return with the development of your project.
Great. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a great day. We'll now move on to the next applicant, located at 1756-58.
Madam Chair, I must recuse.
All right, thank you. Fulton Road is new construction of 2 single-family homes.
Hi, yeah, thank you so much. This is Adam Rose Kelly. I'm with Architecture Office. However, I'm presenting a project today that's more of a personal project. This is for my wife and I, Katie. I don't know if Katie was able to make it today or not, but you can go to the next slide. So this is like I said, a personal project. This will be my wife and I's residence. We are looking to do a rental on the front of the lot with primary residence on the back. This is showing the site location. It's at 1756 and 1758 Fulton. That address has not been fully established yet, but will most likely be established and moving forward. You can see the lot's located south of Franklin on Fulton Boulevard, and it is quite a long lot. It's about 180 feet deep and 32 feet wide, as you can see there on the right-hand side. And you can go to the next slide. And just showing a historic map of locations of buildings and houses from the original kind of historic fabric of the neighborhood. There was a home on this lot at one time, and it does appear that it was set back substantially from the street. With in pink shown adjacent to our lot there is the existing commercial brick building that you'll see. And then to the south of our lot is a single family home. You can go to the next slide, please. And just showing some context, we wanted to point out the good and the bad. So there are some unique scenarios here where there's a lot of, there was never an alley for this street, and therefore there were a lot of garages placed on the street, and still today, functionally, they operate as access to parking. You can go to the next slide. And of course, it is a beautiful historic neighborhood. It's in a great little location that we love the context here. Showing top right, here's a brick building that was renovated recently, and some beautiful historic buildings that have been just perfectly maintained. And obviously a pretty simple architectural style. Go to the next slide. And this is showing our lot. So as I mentioned, the brick building to the north of our lot, and to the south, historic home that's very well maintained. The lot was parceled, or I guess our lot was parceled off from the house on the left. So we purchased it from that homeowner. You can go to the next slide. And just running through the zoning code here, we do have a number of variances, nothing substantial really. I think most of these are just kind of the typical variances required for lot area. Maximum gross floor area is 2,875, and we're at about 3,000 for our combined area, by the way, for our house as well as the rental. Height limitation, we are well below. Minimum lot width, we're missing that, and potentially a front yard setback. There's a defined 10-foot front yard setback, and we're currently showing something a little bit different, about 7 feet. And that's not something that we're too concerned about, but it is nice. It picks up a couple extra feet in the backyard for us to have. You can go to the next slide. And just indicating that front 10-foot front yard setback. Next slide, please. Survey of the lot. It has been overgrown over the last several years since we purchased this, but so quite a few more trees there now than there was before. But there are a few large historic trees that are more or less pine trees, deciduous, that we would like to maintain for privacy. You can go to the next slide. Coniferous, sorry, not deciduous. And then the site plan that we're proposing, you can see the smaller front dwelling and then our dwelling in the back. The front dwelling, for us, it just made a lot of sense because it's as a rental, it doesn't need to be as large. And then we would really like to, just as a family, have a nice backyard for our son to play in. And so it was important to us to locate our home in the rear, providing access to a garage, and then that in addition helps out with just hiding the parking, putting the garage where it's mostly out of sight, kind of hidden by the front yard dwelling. You can go to the next slide, please. And just a landscape plan. We can talk about this further. This is a little bit preliminary, but more or less it displays the concept that we want to have some pavers along the side, maintain a 5-foot setback on each side, having a little bit of room to breathe, not having to worry about the fire ratings, and then having some space for a lot of miscellaneous landscaping. You can go to the next slide. Some of the plants that we're looking to use, we're trying to make it so it's, I guess, as natural as possible. So minimal maintenance, a lot of color throughout the year, that and variation throughout the year. That would be more or less, for the most part, chopped back in the winter months, and then allowed to kind of grow in full as the spring and summer come. You can go to the next slide, please. Floor plans just for reference, so you can get a sense for scale. Garage, you can see in the middle of the site, and then our main living space on the first floor. And then looking at the plan above, for the main residence, you have a 3-bedroom home, and then for the front unit, you have a lofted space with a bedroom. And you can go to the next slide. And just a quick section through the homes for reference. We could talk about that if there's any questions, but we are trying to bring some light down into our home. We're also creating an area well within the roof for HVAC, just so that way we don't have to see that on site or have it trapped in the side yard. And there's very limited space, so it's wherever we can put it to get it out of the way, I think helps, and it just really helps the architecture out. And you can go to the next slide. Elevations is easier seen, I think, in the renderings, so we can just kind of skip through those unless you had specific questions. And material inspiration, and also, I suppose, formal inspiration too, just the kind of simple pitched roof homes, modernized with, you know, beautiful, simple windows. We are open to material. We're currently showing it as a cedar board material, naturally finished, clear stained, and so that it can age kind of naturally. But we are open to other ideas. We similar to the previous project, we still need to get pricing for this, and so that could influence where we go in terms of the direction. But currently, we're showing a cedar. You can go to the next slide, please. An aerial view, you can see the backyard to the right, our dwelling in the center, and the landscaping and the front unit. There is a slice in the home, and that's to allow light to penetrate. It's a stacked staircase, so it's a very simple stair. The idea is to bring light all the way down into the basement level by having an open riser there and using a polycarbonate material that still has some energy efficiency, but allows as much light down into that center spine as possible. And then obviously parking and allowing access to that garage. And you can go to the next slide. Just the opposite side. You can go to the next slide. And showing it somewhat in the context, I guess we need to build that out a little bit more, but showing that the home to the north, and the home to the south in white, of course, and then ours in the center. Both, I think, from a budget point of view and also contextual point of view, we're kind of being a little bit subsidiary to the surrounding context. You see that red cedar as it's faded out a little bit, and a little bit of a fence in the front to protect the home, partially protect the occupants if they're on the porch and that type of thing, while also just providing a little bit of privacy. You can go to the next slide. So showing it straight on here, you can see it with the pitched roof. That is shown currently with an 8/12 pitch. We're playing with that, moving that kind of up and down. A lot of it actually has to do with the rear dwelling in terms of the pitch. That was a comment from the local Ohio City board, just potentially making it steeper, which we're not necessarily opposed to. But the idea here was that the front dwelling and the rear dwelling would have the same pitch. And when we would put the steeper pitch on it, something more like a 6/12 pitch, or I'm sorry, like more like a 12-12 pitch, that is. The problem we found was that the rear dwelling became substantially more massive. And so we kind of settled on this in between pitch at the 6-12. You can go to the next slide, please. And just a little bit of a zoom in that shows how you enter the dwelling. So you do have a little steel punch out in the red cedar. So steel accents throughout the home all the way around. So you really just have that the two materials, and then currently we're showing a concrete perforated wall as protection. That just, we thought that was just kind of a nice modern detail. I think the board for Ohio City requested that be potentially out of steel. Not opposed to that, and we are looking at that idea, but initially we looked at it because of the strength of the concrete, durability, zero maintenance, that type of thing, right at the street frontage, but we are looking at it also out of a steel plate. I guess that's it. Next slide, please. Just showing the view up the side, scalping some material up above for some dormers that would allow light in from above with the garage door, and then just trying to get as much in here as for landscaping as possible to break up the concrete. We really don't want, I really don't like creating a concrete jungle, but for simplicity, keeping a concrete driveway with the pavers everywhere else, and then some grass in between. You can go to the next slide, please. And a view from the rear, again, showing a second dormer here. We actually have 3 total currently, and then one really long window in the back to allow our view out. This will all be broken up into operable frames, so we're currently not showing the operable windows, so that'll all get revised as we refine this, if we're going in a good direction currently. What you're seeing there is just a smokestack sticking up, so we would like to do a wood burning fireplace. You can go to the next slide, please. And just kind of a front angular view, get a better view of that, punch out a little detail for the entry. And then you'll notice the gutters and downspouts are kind of concealed. So we're actually recessing those as much as possible, or I should say, if possible. Budget might define that, but we'd really like to keep those minimal, recess the gutters into the roof. And the only other detail here that you can see is just, if we do go with this wood slat board, just doing a really simple alignment to the bottom of the windows. Feel like that's a nice detail. And then one thing that's not really shown here correctly would be the alignment of the boards at the top would align with the peak. Of course, we just didn't get that rendered correctly. But you can go to the next slide. And showing a side view, so you see the 2 dormers popping up, allowing light down into the home. The right dormer is interesting, especially because that's dropping light both into the master bedroom through borrowed light, and then additionally down to the ground level, where we have a single-story 8-foot ceiling, and we really wanted to create a little bit of drama. So we've got a couple of apertures that puncture through the ceiling and just use space on the second floor that wasn't really necessary anyways. And so that's to bring light down into the first floor. You can go to the next slide, please. And looking at it from the south, again, one more dormer. Again, that drops light down into the first floor. So you'll have two apertures in the first floor. You can go to the next slide. The only other thing I really haven't talked about is just the simplified window arrangement. It's just something that I really like to stick with. I think it just keeps, try to stay with one window size where possible. Here is what we've kind of tried to stay with. We've tried a number of iterations, but this is one that we really like and just feel like it just fits well in the neighborhood and adds a little bit of context in terms of scale, in terms of the way that it's broken up. You can go to the next slide. And then the in-between space between the 2 homes. One thing that was brought to our attention was just, people's brake lights shining into those windows. So we're looking at an option of frosting those, most likely potentially lifting them up a little bit higher, and potentially I might even add a little bit of a curb, so that way if somebody were to bump into the home, it would be concrete or something that would get hit, not the wood. But that's something that we're looking at in the next round. You can go to the next slide, please. And just from the rear, looking at it, I guess this is the northeast corner of the home. You can go to the next slide. And looking down the side, you can see, so this is that little canopy that's sticking out. That's the entry to our home. It was requested at the local Ohio City Design Review Board to do another bump out on that, which we're not opposed to at all. I actually think it could be really nice. And from the street, you would have that subtle indicator of entry. And so we're probably going to pursue that. Go to the next slide, please. That's just the reverse angle, looking at the same door from the opposite side. You can go to the next slide. Straight on view of the garage. You can go to the next slide. These last ones we can flip through pretty quickly, just showing a couple of night renderings. Like we've seen pretty much every angle now. There you go.
All right, thank you for the presentation. We will then hear Design Review Committee recommendations.
Thank you. This was seen by the Ohio City Design Review Committee on November 16th. They were generally supportive of the scale, massing, and materiality. They felt that adding some windows to the front elevation could be helpful, and they suggested exploring alternatives to a concrete wall on the front and looking into a steeper roof pitch, both of which Adam addressed.
All right, excellent. Landmark staff review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an intriguing project, very modern intervention. Feel that the scale and portion are good. Feel that the design of the front-facing home versus the rear-facing home should be different, because allowing for modernity in the rear is great because you have a screening building, but the front building should relate more to the historic district bold design and contextual elements from it, because it feels very foreign. I like it. I just have, but is it appropriate is the question we have to ask. The vertical siding in the style that we've said it in here before, Cyclops windows, is not appropriate for this. The garage is in the front half, but because it's screened very well, this would be one of those times where, yeah, okay, I think we could consider that. Usually we wouldn't in the front half per code, but this is one of those exceptions. Noting the 10-foot setback, I would double check with BZA to make sure that that is something that they can vary. They may not be able to, so that will inform your design on the front as well. Otherwise, we are in support of the project.
All right, thank you. We'll then open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. I guess I will start us off. I would, based on your precedents, I feel I agree with staff that the front building should, two different comments. Based on staff's comment, I agree that the building should relate to the historic district's proportions and or rhythm that is typically there within a historic building, to at least, even though it can be expressed in a modern way. The window, in a singular window on the front, doesn't bother me as much as it just being slightly off center versus the historic would be on center. I would prefer, similar to what staff said, I don't feel like the pitches of the front and the rear buildings need to match, because besides the siding, the vernacular is fairly different between the two, with all of your dormers and area wells and so forth. So I personally would, based on the precedents you showed also, would prefer the 12-12 pitch versus the 6-12 pitch, and just let it be the simple sort of jewel box that you're trying to create here. I also think you could although I appreciate the simplicity of having the front and the rear directly, relate in material, color, and proportions of all your windows, I personally feel like you could vary the color, even in the cedar color, to allow in these two buildings to have a relationship, but not trying to be one. Because currently, I think when you look at the site, it's going to feel like one really large structure on this site versus two. So that's my personal opinion on that. I think that is it. Other feedback from other commission members, Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments are gonna be directed towards the front building, because I think what is going on behind that is going to be screened. It's not going to be obvious from the street. So I want to focus on what is going to be relating to the other buildings and the district, that front building. It is very minimalist. And if there's one thing that the district is not, is minimalist. Older structures have a lot of articulation and a lot of, just a lot going on. And I think that we're in direct conflict with the look of the district for that reason. Also the asymmetry that is not consistent with what is seen in the area. There usually is kind of more of a symmetry and a rhythm to these buildings, and I don't see that here. Quite the opposite. Again, the size of the building, the back building, I think you can, continue with what you're doing, but the front of the building, asymmetry and the minimalism, it was not, it's just going to stand out. It's going to be oppositional to the existing. I think the setback should be consistent with the residential setback for that area. And I do think that the concrete fencing is not appropriate either. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Other questions or comments from the commission members? Mr. Lozier?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of like the simplicity of this front building and can appreciate that it does sort of recede from some of the different complexity of some of the surrounding structures. I do, though, I think echo similar comments to Madam Chair and the OCI review board with regard to the fenestration on the front facade. I think this could would appreciate some additional sort of window openings in a more structured sort of rhythm, more symmetrical potentially. I think my one comment is really related to the detailing and the long-term maintenance. So I think just really understanding what the long-term maintenance of the cedar siding is going to be over the long term. Also, I might recommend really looking into contractors who specialize in buildings of this simplicity. As we know, the simpler the building, the more complex it is to actually achieve the intended design. But I think overall, I really appreciate the simplicity of this project with some of those other considerations.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Other feedback from any commission members?
Make some comments. I think overall, I agree with what everybody else has said about the front building. The back building I'm okay with. I really appreciate how you've hidden some of the mechanicals from the view. I think that's a really nice touch. But I think the front facade and majority of the front building should probably speak to the neighborhood a little bit better. And then I guess I had a question about the fencing around the property. Is that yours or is that existing?
Yeah, that would be ours. That would be. We are proposing that fence also with a red cedar. Then both neighbors do currently have fences, but they both slide onto our property enough that we would absolutely just have to replace the fence on the actual property line.
Okay. I thought it was a nice touch, so I do like it. Either way, if it's existing or
new.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Well, in the interest of time, since we're at 1 o'clock already, does the applicant feel like you've received enough feedback from this board to continue, or the commission to continue the development of your design?
Yes, there's one question, so if we were to slide to go to the slide that has the inspirational materials on it, there was one comment that was, that the building was not articulated with enough detail. And we are in a modern time. We don't build the way we used to. And so that's hugely important to my practice, that we're consistent with modern building techniques and that we're not, trying to replicate something that was historic. And I know that most of the board did not agree with that anyways, but I did want to just ask if there was, there's some interesting things going on here from a material point of view that starts to break down the scale of the building that we would be open to exploring. And I was just curious if any of these potentially, like the bottom right, you see cedar shake, which it happens to be, I think, really beautiful when blackened or stained in almost any color, but adds quite a bit more texture. And then, you can see on the top right, similarly, although brutalist in this case, breaks down the material with the shade and shadow. And same thing with that next image over from the top right image. So anyways, I just wanted to see if there was any interest in any of these other materials in terms of exploring it for the front building at least.
I personally like the shake because of its, sort of reverence for the shake that's used throughout the district and the ability to allow it to express itself in different colors. One thing though I do notice is that a lot of these structures are 1 story versus the 2, that you're doing. So just making sure that those small scale materials are going to express the structure the way you'd like it to, like they do here in your precedents.
Sure.
So that's my personal opinion.
This is Bob Strickland. I like the shake appearance as well. And I'll just add that I would like to see more windows on the front facade facing Fulton on that front building. Thank you.
Okay. Well, just any other questions, or do you feel like you've received enough feedback from the commission?
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we look forward to seeing the future development of your project.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you. We'll then move on to our last applicant located at 4516 Clinton Avenue. Welcome, our one in person. Join us at the table.
In between all of these, or at least get better chairs. Sorry you have to sit here. I was coming late. I figured still an hour and a half too early. So, let me set the table for this one. My clients were interested in moving back to Cleveland from out of town, and they wanted to be when entering suburb neighborhoods. So they purchased this property, knowing that there is a condemnation notice from the city of Cleveland on the existing structure. So their intent, like, okay, yes, we got a condemnation and notice on the structure, that's okay, because we wanted to build our own house on this lot anyways. So that was their intent when they purchased this lot. There is a building on the lot, and I think that's, I know we divided into two cases. I think that's probably the majority of our discussion here. Not that we're not interested in hearing your comments and feedbacks on the design, which we are, but I think before we move forward, I think we need to kind of figure out, hey, are they stuck with a lot and a house that they can't afford to fix? And are they gonna be just like the three previous owners to them and push it on to the next one? That being said, on this section of Clinton, there is some new construction that has happened on the lots on this side and the other side of the street as well too. On the to the east side, there's actually some new townhomes that were built on the back side off of Wheatport. This design really looks at putting a new house in about the same location as where the existing house is. There's an existing curb cut that's actually shared with the curb cut itself is shared with the house next door. And utilizing that curb cut to bring a driveway in to the back, locating a garage at the back at the site. One thing to note, as we look at the site layout for this here too, there are some actually really nice mature trees that are in very good condition on the site that they'd like to maintain. We can go on to the next one. So this is where the house and garage that are on the, actually I think the garage is down now. But where the house is on the lot, and kind of see where the curb cuts are located right now. The adjacent new construction to the east side, and the existing house to the west side. The house to the west side, the parcel has been bisected, and we understand that there's new construction that's going to be built on the back half of that lot as well too. We'll go on to the next one. Some pictures, and I'm sure Carl will have some more pictures of the house from the site visit that we did of it. I'm not sure about the history. I'm sure Carl knows more about this than I do. I know that this house right now has been divided up into multiple families. It has not been occupied for quite some time. In the condemnation notice from the city on this building, there are foundation issues, cracked infiltration. There's water coming in from the roof structure with the way that there was an addition put on the back. It was just kind of tied in and plopped on top. There's some structural issues. So house is not in great condition. Again, my client originally thought here we've got this house that the city wants to take down and wanted to follow suit. That's what we're here to talk about. We'll go on to the next one. Some context photos of what's going on. East of the house, again, there's a couple of new constructions that have gone on this side of this particular side of the street. Directly across the street, a new construction, it's maybe about 5 years old or so, on the other side of the street. On to the next one. And again, I know this is for the second one, just concept design, looking at potential house that we want to do. More concerned with this particular design is location on the site, locating the garage behind the house. Again, the design of the house is trying to keep some of the features, obviously a more modern take on the design than being more traditional, but keeping a front porch, a front stoop, having some nice windows at the front, breaking down the massing like some of the other houses have with their features. Again, rendering a little bit more modern materials. Yes, we're using the gray for some of it as well too, and the black windows, which is also one of those things that 10 years ago when we wanted to use black windows, everybody said, oh, no, they're too expensive, they don't fit in. Now everybody has, but that's what we're looking at there. Go on to the next one. Again, here's typical, what we're planning to do with floor plans for the house, entry, vestibule, kind of keeping more public-private design, that there's an office that's up in the front of the house, is the front entry. We kind of get more private as we go to the back, moving the living and kitchen towards the back of the house. Second floor, living level. Garage is just a single floor structure, and we're connecting the two with a wider room space, providing some immediate outdoor space off of the living room with the patio, and leaving the majority of the yard. This is a young couple are planning to have a family to be able to have that for them after they get this house built. Elevations are next. So you can kind of see what we're planning to do with the elevations on it. You can go to the next one. Okay. That's it. Again, I think the biggest concern for us right now, again, after our meeting with OCI, there is at least one member definitely knows any house that is there cannot be torn down. So we don't know who that is, but we want to make sure, see what this board has to say with that too, so that the client can decide what they want to do moving forward.
Okay, excellent, thank you. We'll move on to design review committee recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This project was reviewed by the Ohio City Design Review Committee on November 16th. They looked at the demolition of the home and the new constructions. They're two separate case numbers. And committee members present discussed, some they were mixed on the demolition of the existing home, with some of them finding it, the existing home to be more of the typical homes that are seen in the area, and others seeing it as a contributing home. It is a typical Ohio City home, and noted the wide range of other houses on Clinton that were in worse or similar conditions that were rehabilitated. And on the new construction, they noted it was, the proposed home was a bit more of a foreground house, whereas the existing home is more of an inline home, so it wouldn't really fit the context of the street. And a possible understated approach might be more appropriate. And yes, there's a very large discussion about the appropriateness of the demolition, and note that it should not be the default to expect a demolition for new construction when you purchase in historic districts.
All right, thank you. And staff comments, public comments.
Yes, we did receive one public comment for this project, Mr. Bramowitz, on the 13th. He noted that he was not against the demolition of the home, but had concerns with the design of the new construction.
Okay, thank you. And landmark staff review comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Site visit was completed on November 13th. Looking at the context and the garage location proposed, condition and there's things we looked at, and again, our demolition code as to what we need to consider as a part of this. So a little bit of the history. This is an old building, whether you would know it or not, because it's been changed over the years. And it is old enough to have 3 addresses, and possibly even a 4th, or it was not addressed originally. So I found this at number 167 Clinton, 274 Clinton, and then at the 4516 Clinton. It's Jacob Perkins subdivision, sublot number 16. In 1851, the property is valued at $8. As is everything, because this is when the subdivision was new.
Wow, listen to hamburger.
And in 1852 to 1853, the properties in this area jump in value. And while nearby sublots 14, 17, 19, and 21 double in value, sublot 16 jumps to $276. We're looking at the tax duplicate. So what this indicates is that a structure has been placed on this lot. So the original structure, we're putting it 1852 to 1853, and it is one of the original structures on this part of the street. Sublot 18 also moved to $291, and sublot 20 to 136. So that's giving you some indication of the size of the buildings that are being placed on these lots. And sublot 20, I think, is still there and is a smaller one-story building. So that dates to the same time. So it's good for that context. And the property value jumped again to $564 in 1854, but this is also that time where Ohio City was annexed to Cleveland, and there was this big shift, and you see this across Ohio City. There's a jump in, so it gives that false sense of development. So you kind of have to check against that. So it's right in that area. Perkins sold the land to Sanford and Sarah Lewis in 1855, and then they sold it 3 years later to Edward Dunham. The Dunham family had this until 1866. Until it was sold to Samuel and Martha Ware. Unfortunately, we don't have any directories from this time. They didn't really, there was one in 1839, and then they didn't come back until the 1860s, and then consistently were used in the 1870s. So looking in old newspapers and doing as much as we can, as you see how much research we all had for this meeting. Didn't get quite as deep as we wanted to, but we needed to get as much as possible to get good information. The property stayed with Dunhams until 1866 when they sold it to Samuel and Martha Ware, who were prominent citizens in West Cleveland. They are the parents of Liberty H. Ware, who was a mayor of West Cleveland, and the house at 9400 Detroit Avenue is a designated Cleveland landmark. It appears that this had been used as a rental property, so there's people coming in and out until it was transferred to their granddaughter Florence Saul, S-A-A-L, in 1889. It's just the east half. So we see this 1881 map where it shows two structures and can't really confirm that that second structure ever existed. I cannot find an address that matches it anywhere. And because it's also before building permits, so it's, again, and we only have access to tax duplicates up until 1869. Otherwise, I have to go over to the county archives. But through Ancestry.com, I'm able to search up until 1869. So we could actually get a good read on this for that. So it was nice to do that. And then you can see here, it's in 1898. There is no secondary structure, but a barn was added in 1898, and then a barn in 1896, and then there was an addition in 1898. So now we have building permits after 1888. So it kept moving here. 1937, sublot 16. You can see it is split into two separate parcels. Don't have that information when it happened, but there is still a garage in the back and such. The only image I was able to find in this time was the one there it is on the left, and it had some decorative windows on the front and just on that front side, possibly up in the attic area. But boy, would I love to have those two houses next to the back.
Yep.
Luckily, in 2019, during the construction, we were able to find pictures so we could see the building in whole, which is nice to see it. And we see the fencing. In 2019, there was also violation notices that went without resolution. There's a Board of Building Standards case against to abate the violations by March 1st, 2020, and nothing ever happened. And part of my question earlier to Ms. Molina was about how long does it take? The condemnation only took 5 months in this case. So the fact that she said earlier that it could take that short of a time says, okay. But it's amazing how quickly it went through, because usually these take a lot more time, especially when there's not interested parties. Or actually in this case, because there was the new owner, it went through quickly. So there's that. So in more context photos of the neighborhood, and again, more pictures from the rear. And the garage was added here in 1965, so it is not original. Distance, and I think there's some sandstone in the front that may want to be looked at for condition and retained if possible. On a positive note, it's not a gut rehab, it's just a rehab. Did not access the cellar. And this, you can see where it was partitioned off because it was turned into a multifamily at some point. And then that's the second floor going downstairs, but there's no stairs. This is the rear, and actually, if you can see it in this you can actually see where the roof line used to be and inside as we're going around. So you can see that it was added onto at some point. I believe there was a fire in 1961, if I recall correctly. So there was fire damage. And this is your way up into the attic. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Musk.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burgess. As Mr. Began stated and was brought up at the local design review committee, this is a case where a home was purchased in a historic district with the intention to demolish, which is never the mindset we like to start from. That being said, after a site visit and seeing the condition of the property, staff understands that a rehabilitation would be quite costly. But we would be curious to see some numbers on what that would cost. Regarding the concept proposed for new construction, staff feels that with alley access to the north on Wheat Court, that the property shouldn't have drive and garage access from Clinton, but they should utilize the alley. We know there's an existing curb cut, but one of the things that gives Clinton its charm and is the continuous sidewalks and lack of curb cuts. This is an opportunity to improve the street by moving vehicular access to the rear of the property, like was done a few doors down when they redeveloped a property just to the west that had an existing curb cut. Now that's just side yard. Staff also feels that the new construction should pull more from the context of the neighborhood. It's far too similar to the new construction right across the street. And we generally don't like to see context pulled from the newest thing on the block. So generally, we understand that a demo might make sense here, but we'd like to see a more appropriate proposal for the new construction. The other thing I'll mention, Mr. Began brought up the trees in the rear. I would recommend having an arborist look at those because I think they're silver maples and those only tend to live about 90 years and they're notoriously soft wood. So they, while they're nice old trees, they might not be long for this world. So I'd have them evaluated before you plan around them too much.
That's a good recommendation. That's the one.
Thank you for that feedback. Then we'll open up the floor to the commission for questions and comments. I'd like to start us off. Mr. Lozier, you beat Mr. Strickland.
Jeez. Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that that the existing home is a prime candidate for rehabilitation, and flatly don't support demolition in this case. I think there's multiple examples of homes on Clinton that have been in similar or worse condition that have been rehabbed and occupied or resold. I also believe this part of the neighborhood and on Clinton Avenue in particular, home values can support the investment it would take to rehabilitate this home. This is all starting from not knowing all of the background and the sort of historical significance that this home has on this portion of Clinton Avenue, being potentially the first or one of the first on this portion of the street. I also, as was mentioned, believe that if a new garage is built, that it should be accessed off of Wheat Court, and the current curb cut on Clinton be abandoned and made to extend the tree lawn and sidewalk.
Thank you, Mr. Lozier. Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As many of the more seasoned commission members know, I did a substantial rehab on Clinton Avenue in 2016 at 3806 Clinton. a beautiful old home that had suffered a substantial fire. And much of the structure had to be totally removed and rebuilt on the interior of that house. And it was a considerable investment to bring that house back. But it was worth the year and a half that it took to get that accomplished. So on November 13th, I was part of the team that toured this structure. And I can say is I've certainly seen structures that were in worse shape, but there's no way that I would invest the kind of dollars that it would take to rehab this structure, given the square footage that's available within the existing structure. I just don't think it makes any economic sense. And so I could support the demolition of the structure in this case. I would absolutely insist that the curb cut be eliminated and that any new structure built on this property would have a garage that would be accessed off of Wheat Court. But I would be open to any new proposed house on this street, preferably to draw more from the historical context for any replacement for the existing structure. Thank you.
Have you explored partial demolition? And some of our more successful, in my opinion, projects have taken a structure like this that may have historic context and maintained portions of it along the street front and then built a more modern expression on the rear to maintain the street presence that it needs, especially with things like an office or something more modest that might be in those types of portions of the plan. But then using the rear part of the property to potentially do a more modern expression there to capture those functions.
Yeah. We did not look at that. Again, the client's initial reason, part of the reason they, again, I don't necessarily repeat that they considered buying this was the condemnation notice on that they just thought, okay, well, we'll take the house down and build ourselves a new house. So, and yes, I think several members on this committee also know that we do renovations as well too, right? Doing restoration society awards for renovations homes. So and on homes that are probably worse than this. All I would say, on my opinion on that one, is that this house was a little bit prettier and had a little bit more features left to it that would kind of tell me that as a design professional that would be the direction I think most appropriate. And yes, we do know this is a very modern design, with not a whole lot of cues to the existing architecture. So we understand those comments kind of going forward. The intent for this preliminary design was to help present what the client had wanted, and then we can look at further modifications to the design, the structure as we move to the next phases.
I think it's, there's obviously split about the demolition. I think there's the context, and as you recognize, there could be rehabilitation opportunities here. But site visit also by Bob has recognized that for his opinion he wouldn't do the investment. So I think it's really worth exploring what it would take to do a restoration or partial restoration to help demonstrate, the case as you move forward.
Yeah, and we did, and I mean, if you want the documentation, I'd be happy to submit it to board. So we worked several projects with Scalish Construction. I think everybody's familiar with them. They do rehabs and new construction as well too. Actually, just finishing awesome reconstruction South Lorraine. And they actually, with all of the structural and foundation work to get it to the level they wanted, and they actually had a little over $1 million of rehab in the house. I'll be happy to send that documentation to you, relative to the construction of the new house being, $800,000. So, you know, that, we did take a look at that, after last one had scale, she's gonna take a look at it. Again, happy to submit that documentation for it if that's the official information.
I think that would be helpful and would be good to submit to staff. Other questions or comments?
I, similar to Mr. Strickland, renovated a house that was similar condition, probably a little bit better, and actually scales with it. I also toured the building, and I don't know that I would renovate this particular building, but my trust in what's there currently. So I wouldn't object to a demolition of the building. I do not support the current design for the new building. And then I guess against what Mr. Strickland said, the city does not maintain alleys within the city. I will not enforce anybody to put a garage access off an alley unless the city decides to maintain them again.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
We just maintain, fix the bricks,
Yeah.
any of the. Yes, I think if you have an existing curb cut, you're welcome to use it. I don't think we need to enforce the city or enforce residents to use an alley if it's not maintained.
Interesting to this particular one is, again, with the house adjacent, right, it's shared with they're gonna use their curb cut, because they partitioned off the back part of their property to do some more development. That's not the intention of this particular one. So there will be a curb cut there, whether it's not with this driveway or not. It's gonna be really right there on the other side of the driveway.
All right, well, any additional questions or comments or?
Real quick, I'm glad to see it's a single family home.
Yes.
I'm agnostic on the curb cut, but I think the design should reference existing historical as opposed to the most new construction on the street.
Understood. Is a little bit of gray okay?
Very
In the back.
In the back. Yeah, put it in the back.
Great garage.
Just not the dominant colors of it.
Yeah. I don't hate gray.
Yeah.
I tell
No, I
my
know.
clients, paint it gray, but we've seen too much.
Dan's like my suit.
Little too dominant right here.
Like, black.
All right, I think we're going off the rails here. Have you, do you feel you've received enough feedback to continue the development of your project?
I do. Can we do a little bit of a straw poll on the curb cut thing, maybe? Doesn't have to necessarily be official, right? I'm hearing kind of half and half on that one. Again, are you gonna be able to vote on the demolition piece today, or does that have to come back as well too? Is it hand in hand with the design?
Is the
I
curb
personally-
under our purview or is that a zoning?
An existing.
It's an interesting condition. There's no requirement.
So I personally couldn't vote on demolition until, I saw more of the documentation. So that's my personal opinion. I don't know how others feel, if they want to vote on the demolition or not at this point. And then related to the curb cut,
Yeah.
Based on your last comment, I guess now I'm split, or I should say I don't know how to answer that.
Right.
If there's going to be a new curb cut right next to you, I think this
There's not a new,
just,
it's currently shared with the adjacent property.
so it's one drive, it's a shared drive,
It's
Yeah,
just
so we
a
have-
double.
Yeah, let me show you.
right? So,
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland.
yes,
If you look down
Right here.
Clinton Avenue, there's
Oh.
very, very few
That's
curb cuts
That
along
is
Clinton.
true.
Virtually all of the homes, either rehabbed or new builds, have garages that are accessed off Wheat Court. And Wheat Court might be unique in that it is extremely well maintained. And there's a great number of homes that are accessed off of Wheat Court. So it is one of the best maintained alleys in the city. And I just think to maintain the character generally of Clinton Avenue in general, the fewer the curb cuts, the better, even recognizing that the home next door will have to maintain a curb cut because of the lot split, not allowing them to access Wheat Court. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Strickland.
Yeah, I think I have enough of that. I mean, just to be able to go back to my client to have them make a decision which direction they want to.
Okay. Mr. Lozier had one last comment? Or is that a remnant
Thank you.
hand up? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I do have one more, just like, I think clarification. Is it true that, or is it a done deal that the adjacent property will maintain the curb cut on Clinton Avenue? Or is that something still to be determined? Thank you.
I believe it's a resolved issue. They don't have any pending plans that I'm aware of to change it. So their condition is approved and existing.
Because that was part of their rehab and then the lot split, because they are coming back to keep it more maintained. We're probably going to have garage access for, I think they want to put 2 townhomes in the rear.
Mhm.
That'll be off of Wheat as well. So there'll be even, so, and it's everybody on that block is accessing Wheat, so it's got to be maintained pretty well.
And we've seen that before. The more these alleys get used the way they used to, the more the city pays attention to them. Like Vine Court, I think was, that used to be, bottom out your car on it. Now that there's a lot of housing on it, it's it's been repaved and it's level. So it's
So you feel you've received enough feedback? Okay. Well, I think it's an interesting project and look forward to seeing you come back here in the near future.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying all day.
Thank you for enduring the agenda. It's the end of the year. So that concludes our concept plan reviews. We then have 5 meeting minutes on the agenda for approval. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the meeting minutes? Not seeing or hearing any, would someone like to make a motion for approval?
Move that we approve.
All meeting minutes noted on the screen and on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sandberg. We have a second. Any further discussion? No. All right. Mr. Musson, please come on.
all right, Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Dulick,
Yes.
Mr. Lozier,
Yes.
Mr. Sandberg, Mr. Strickland, Dr. Williams,
Yes.
and Ms. Trout.
Yes.
All right, Madam Chair, the motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Any administrative reports?
Well, I'll go easy on you guys. No, nothing today. Just we have one more meeting this year, so that is December 14th, and that is it for the year. So, yes, thank you all for slugging it out today and staying awake and
That's
alert.
also shaping up to be a pretty big meeting as well. So be prepared. I mean, this is the first time we've gone over 4 hours all year.
I was going to say, this is a test of endurance. This used to be, our agendas were actually more, there was more on it and took longer previously. And so thank you for, especially the new members. You've passed. You can stay on.
Another little test.
So last meeting,
Trial by fire.
yeah, exactly. Last meeting was like an hour.
Yeah, Chris, you're used to those from the Ohio City meeting, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
thank you, everyone. And we're going to adjourn today's meeting. We'll see everybody in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.